Where did they put it? Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Oxnard City Council for October the 3rd, 2023. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Turan,
Here.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
We have a quorum.
And we have
Oh,
Councilman
yeah.
Perello.
Councilmember Perello,
Oscar Madrigal.
Councilmember Madrigal. We have a quorum. And the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on September 21, 2023.
Thank you. Now, we're item B. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments in closed session?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we're going over to item C, closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is City of Oxnard versus Starr.
Thank you, and we'll go into closed session. We'll be back at 5 p.m. for the appointment items. Okay. So, good evening, we're back from a closed session. And Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements out of closed session?
No, Mayor, there are no actions to report out of closed session.
Thank you. Our next item is D1. This is an appointment item. City Manager Department, this is the Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau, OCVB, Annual Report. And the recommendation the City Council received the OCVB Fiscal Report 22-23 Annual Report. And we do have Julie. Oh, Brittany.
Hi.
Welcome.
Surprise. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and Mayor Pro Tem, Oxnard City Council, and city staff. Thank you
Good
for having
evening.
us. My name is Brittany Hendricks. I'm the VP of Marketing and Communications with Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau, also known as Visit Oxnard. I've had the pleasure of working at Visit Oxnard for 5.5 years. I am speaking this evening on behalf of Visit Oxnard President and CEO Julie Buffo, who is sorry she cannot be here. She is home recovering from a cold, but is here via video conference to answer any questions. Here with me from the Visit Oxnard team are hopefully some familiar faces. I have Michelle Filippo and Daniel Cabrera. And the rest of our team is here on the screen. Altogether, we're a very small but mighty and dedicated team. Visit Oxnard is guided by an industry-led board of directors, including Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and Assistant City Manager Ashley Golden. We have a cross-section of industry leaders that represent hoteliers and tourism-serving businesses throughout Oxnard. Visit Oxnard's the community marketing agency committed to telling the city's integrated brand story, allowing for strengthened partnerships, driving new revenue, and enhancing Oxnard's overall vibrancy through powerful storytelling that unites neighborhoods, businesses, and individual voice to bring our destination to life, and giving potential travelers the reason to visit Oxnard. Visit Oxnard models its tactics in line with industry standards, most closely mirroring the strategy set forth by Visit California. Envision the consumer journey from destination awareness to an actualized travel booking as a top-down funnel. As a destination marketing organization, our goal is to drive tourism at the higher funnel inspiration layer, keeping Oxnard top of mind among familiar travelers while inspiring consideration from new active travel intenders. Engagement, key performance indicators like impressions, click-through rates, sessions, and time on website, all metrics listed in our annual report, all feed into this awareness funnel. This higher funnel drives interest, which feeds into the lower transaction funnel or conversion layer, which is what drives destination-specific bookings. Our mission is to drive tourism and overnight visitation by building awareness of Oxnard, improving the perception of Oxnard to residents and visitors, growing our audience. These are high funnel, top layer activities that inspire the transaction. We do this through our owned, earned, and paid media channels, as well as trade show attendance and destination stewardship. I'll be walking through these items over the course of our report. Each year, our organization produces a forward-looking annual marketing plan that is our guiding star for our year ahead. The strategic framework within this plan outlines industry data detailing the travel landscape and provides a roadmap for navigating perceived challenges and how to capitalize on opportunities. Most importantly, the plan outlines the framework and approach OCVB will take to retain market share and attract visitors to Oxnard. OCVB's always-on owned media consists of our website, direct booking engine, email marketing, our social media channels, and our dining programs. Visit Oxnard is a wealth of information on all things Oxnard. As you can see, our website sessions, page views, and users have grown exponentially this past year over the previous year, metrics that show that interest in visiting Oxnard continues to grow. In reviewing our website's audience data, we see that in fiscal year 22 to 23, our top geographic markets outside of Ventura County were Los Angeles, Dallas, Chicago, San Jose, San Diego, Phoenix, New York, San Francisco, Austin, and Las Vegas. When paired with actual visitation data that we've amassed via our destination intelligence platform, Voyage, we see overlap with our top 20 visitation points of origin. Essentially, we are effectively communicating with the people who are visiting. Additionally, these metrics serve to inform our campaign targeting as we strategize how best to build, grow, and protect market share. Our website is the central hub for our brand messaging and travel inspiration, serving as the anchor for all of OCVB's placed media. We continue to optimize existing web content and create new content too, to tell the story of Oxnard, encourage a deeper dive into our destination offerings, always with referral links to Oxnard's hospitality businesses. You can see on the screen now that some of our newly optimized pages helping to drive traffic to our site via informative guides infused with relevant keywords and search terms. From our business directory listings, we've had an impressive 23,687 clicks to partner websites just this past year. Our website's direct booking engine allows website users to view live booking data for Oxnard hotel properties and dissuades third-party hotel bookings, keeping 100% of room revenues with Oxnard hotels. VisitOxnard.com has amassed 40,000 hotel listing views and 2,500 clicks to book a reservation directly with our hotel partners this past fiscal year. Visit Oxnard sends out a monthly e-newsletter to 9,500 subscribers, and we have a 62% average open rate. The industry standard is only 20%. This is a huge KPI for us, showing that we are putting out pertinent information that is piquing subscriber interest. We have a robust followership of over 68,000 across our social media accounts. And during COVID, we turned our annual Restaurant Week promotion into the Visit Oxnard Restaurant Pass, helping to drive business to our restaurateurs year-round. It's a gamified program where each time an individual dines at one of our participating restaurants, we have 31 of them, they earn points for gifts from Visit Oxnard. This is completely free of cost for a restaurant to participate in, and again helps drive business year-round. With the success of our Restaurant Pass, we created the Oxnard Taco Trail, which is the same concept as the Restaurant Pass, but with tacos, everyone's favorite food. It was also important for us to recognize Oxnard's deep roots in Mexican-American culture and help drive business to downtown Oxnard, where many of these restaurants are located. Now let's walk through our earned media, which consists of influencer partnerships, relationships with media, which yields placements in print, online, radio, and broadcast coverage, plus awards and honors recognizing Visit Oxnard and the Oxnard community resulting from our efforts. Visit Oxnard compounds its social media reach by working with influencers. This past year, Visit Oxnard has worked with travel and foodie influencers, including Tastemade, The Traveling Newlyweds, Fancy Treehouse, Travel See Right, and Emerald City Life, Bad Birdie, and others, tapping into a cumulative audience of more than 7.5 million. Our print and online coverage through our robust public relations strategy has since July 1st, 2022, resulted in earned coverage with top outlets like sfgate.com, foxnews.com, nypost.com, Locale Magazine, Fodors, Matador Network, Preview Magazine, California Meetings and Events, Drew Barrymore Magazine, usweekly.com, 10best.com, yahoo.com, readersdigest.com, and Pasadena Magazine. This past year, we've secured broadcast and radio coverage on NBC LA, KTLA 5 News, KEYT News, The Mambo in the Morning Show, The Super Cowboy Show, CBS News LA, KSBY, Spectrum News, and more. A taco story, which I'll discuss more shortly, earned us a Gold People's Telly Award, Silver Branded Content Telly Award in the Travel and Tourism category, and Platinum AVA Digital Award, and was a finalist for a U.S. Travel Esto Award. Oxnard Beach Park, or Alacoy Beach Park, won #1 Best Beach on the West Coast in USA Today's 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. And the Oxnard community was named #4 most neighborly city in the U.S. from Neighbor.com, with broadcast coverage on CBS LA showcasing an interview with Mayor Zaragoza and B-roll provided by Visit Oxnard. And now a brief overview of our paid media strategy, inspiring travelers via premium placements across top outlets in leveraged co-ops and via digital display ads. Our major campaign for this year included a push for the new Oxnard Taco Trail. We coordinated efforts across our paid, owned, and earned media channels to amplify the launch and reach travelers around the state of California and beyond. We started with a multi-month process to build out a robust dining program for the Oxnard Taco Trail. We created a branded content piece around the Oxnard Taco Trail mobile pass that's unique to anything we've seen in the tourism space, starring content creator Wade Holland and former Miss California USA Natasha Martinez, plus our very own Mayor Zaragoza. Rather than creating another scenic destination reel, we pushed the limits to create something edgy and entertaining, essentially a 3.5-minute short film called A Taco Story. We ran the full video in the pre-show in theaters in Los Angeles to a captive audience during one of the most highly trafficked weekends of the year, garnering over 368,000 total impressions. So I'd like to play a brief snippet of A Taco Story for you now.
I was like, yo, I got the good stuff. And she was like, nuh-uh, fool, I ain't eating that. I want some legit tacos. Let me take you to a little place called Oxnard. So we hit the road for Oxnard, but as Natasha likes to call it, Toxnard, because they have so many freaking tacos. So I was like, you wanna have a sweet sword fight? Natasha was like, I'm down. So we had a battle royale and I was feeling like $1 million. So I jumped on a unicorn while eating a taco. The mayor came through and was like, hey, nice taco shirt.
Martha got me involved in that, you know that.
Yeah. Thank you to Martha for looping you in. As mentioned, A Taco Story is the winner of multiple prestigious awards, and it is critically acclaimed as well. Today's media landscape is highly fractured. To keep up with the ever-evolving landscape of digital media and all the ways someone consumes information, Visit Oxnard works with a media partner who's adept at assisting us to navigate this complex, granular environment with a media strategy that successfully communicates our brand message to our target consumer. Our omni-channel approach includes distribution via Google search engine marketing, Google video distribution, Google prospecting and responsive display, Facebook and Instagram, cost per click and remarketing, and mobile fused precision geofencing. We have a long list of print ads we placed this year, 16 of them to be exact, with outlets like AAA, Westways, and Edible Magazine, Phoenix Magazine, San Diego Magazine, the Visit California Road Trips Guide, just to name a few. Plus, Oxnard landed 2 of its first ever cover stories for publications with SoCal Life Magazine and Food Travel Magazine. Visit Oxnard is the liaison between the City of Oxnard and the collection on LED billboard ad space at the collection. Visit Oxnard also contracts with Channel Islands Harbor and Clear Channel on static billboard space off Highway 101. See here some of our creative for outdoor ads we've placed with up to more than 370,000 weekly impressions with adults 18 and over driving by any one of our static placements. Visit Oxnard's greatly involved in industry relations to leverage opportunities for co-op programming. Our co-op projects have been in partnership with Ventura County Lodging Association, Central Coast Tourism Council, and Visit California in publications like the California Central Coast Map, California Road Trips Guide, Visit California Visitor Magazine, and Visit California sponsored newsletter, all with global reach. Visit Oxnard has a robust meetings and trade show calendar, putting us in front of thousands of leisure and business travelers. This past fiscal year, we attended 11 trade shows and already have 10 scheduled for the coming year. This allows us to communicate Oxnard's unique offerings to those who are engaged in the planning process, whether it's for leisure travel or a meeting planner researching host locations for an upcoming meeting or conference. Hot off the presses, Visit Oxnard produced a meeting and event planning guide specific to Oxnard hotels and offerings. We have a digital copy on our website, and we take printed versions to our trade shows and meetings. We're also thrilled to report that our hotel metrics are exceeding 2019 pre-pandemic numbers in most 2022 and 23 months. Year-end 2022, our average daily rate is at $169.50, which is up 3.7% from the previous year and up 18.4% from 2020. Our average occupancy is at 69%, up 2.7% from the previous year and up 15.9% from 2020. This past year, we celebrated the grand opening of Zachari Dunes on Mandalay Beach after a top-to-bottom multi-million-dollar transformation. This property is the city's top contributor to TOT. The general manager is also an executive committee member on Visit Oxnard's board of directors. Within a month of opening, Zachari Dunes served as the host resort for Smart Meetings National Conference, which welcomed 120 qualified meeting planners and suppliers to Oxnard. This was a huge win for Oxnard. Speaking of smart meetings, Visit Oxnard's operations and sales manager, Michelle, was recognized this year as an industry leader by Smart Meetings. In July, Visit Oxnard hosted its second annual Oxnard Fan Night in partnership with The Collection, featuring performances and autograph signings by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, an appearance by Cowboys mascot Rowdy, and autograph signings by five-time Super Bowl champion Charles Haley. This year, the Cowboys added Oxnard Fan Night to their official training camp schedule, and we were successfully able to get media mentions on KTLA and KEYT Morning News, The Mambo in the Morning Show, stories in VC Star and VC Reporter, and coverage on the event with KSBY.
Brittany,
Yes.
my daughter lives in Fort Worth, and every night they had the Cowboys in Oxnard and Dallas, Fort Worth, just for information.
We love to hear it. Because the Cowboys are a global name and a huge draw for interest in tourism to Oxnard, even from Dallas-Fort Worth, OCVB invests in a robust marketing plan to grow its audience with this devoted fan base. This year's training camp had the highest midweek attendance on record, and 25% of visitoxnard.com's web traffic for the entire year was attributable to this event. Thanks to a grant approved by City Council, Visit Oxnard accepted $1.5 million in ARPA funds to oversee destination marketing and management projects. Visit Oxnard absorbed all administrative costs associated with these projects, and 100% of the funds went directly to project hard costs. Visit Oxnard assisted the city in developing a brand, film application packet, and website for its film coordination and liaison efforts to attract major productions to Oxnard and drive economic activity. I actually got a couple emails this week from film production companies looking to work in Oxnard. Visit Oxnard worked with artist Maxfield Bala, who hand-painted this sweeping Greetings from Oxnard mural on the exterior of Oxnard Transit Center and installed a 360-degree mural inside the building. I'm confident you've all been to the Transit Center to see these beautiful murals that welcome visitors to our town and give our locals something to be proud of. In coordination with Mayor Zaragoza's Gateway program, Visit Oxnard stakeholders came together for design and suggestions for a citywide wayfinding system, directing residents and visitors alike to major points of interest throughout Oxnard. These plans are in the final stages of development before we take it to committee on December 12th and council on January 16th. So we'll see you back here for feedback and approvals before we go out to RFP and implementation. In addition to these, Visit Oxnard was able to allocate funds to install a 24/7 live stream camera at Marine Emporium Landing so visitors can check the weather in real time, run digital programming in partnership with Expedia, TripAdvisor, Visit California, Weekend Sherpa, and the Journal of Lost Time, deploy a comprehensive digital marketing campaign with our media agency, underwrite the full cost of advertising for Oxnard businesses in our 22-23 visitor magazine, and distribute the magazine in 583 California locations. Upon completion of these projects, we submitted a wrap-up report to the city detailing the campaigns delivered and performance metrics measured. As you can see, when funding is invested into our organization, we're able to do great things for Oxnard. I would be remiss if I did not mention our incredibly dedicated and involved team. We have passion for the city we live and work in and are extremely honored to share the story of Oxnard to potential and future visitors that in turn spend money in our community, improving our residents' quality of life. The Visit Oxnard team is proud to sit on 17 different boards and committees throughout our county, state, and nation. We have a seat at the table on very important industry conversations, and we're able to share all the great things Oxnard has to offer to our industry peers. Also hot off the presses is our fiscal year 23-24 marketing plan. You should all have a hard copy of this. One of the recurring topics you will see throughout the plan is the dirty word inflation. Visit Oxnard is responding to this challenge with a three-pronged approach. We are, 1, strengthening communications regarding Oxnard's affordability, particularly in relation to competitors with similar offerings and more luxury pricing. Number 2, amplifying targeting of nearby geographic markets in line with consumers reporting that they would likely choose destinations closer to home to manage their reduced discretionary spending power rather than completely cancel trips. And number 3, making an appeal to the importance of travel, since according to the new Traveler Value Index 2023 study, 46% of consumers said travel is more important to them now compared to pre-pandemic. Our view is that each consumer has a decision point in their journey to the transaction in a competitive landscape where other destinations have growing budgets and are able to more effectively influence the consumer before they reach the transaction level. To retain market share, we need to insert ourselves into the conversation to effectively persuade visitation and drive conversions. I hope tonight's presentation has provided a glimpse into how Visit Oxnard is driving awareness of Oxnard, improving the perception of Oxnard to residents and visitors, and growing our audience. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and Oxnard City Council. The Visit Oxnard team and I are available for any questions you might have.
Brittany, thank you so much for you and the staff, and I'm sure that Julie's probably watching you on TV. But I thank you for the marketing program, this excellent program. The PR is excellent for the city of Oxnard. And one of the things that you're doing is not only Ventura County, but across the U.S., marketing Oxnard, which I think is great, So thank you for that. And council members and Mayor Pro Tem, you're on the board. You want to share anything on this?
If you can introduce Michelle and the other staff.
Yeah. This is Michelle Flippo and Daniel Cabrera, who are on the Visit Oxnard team. And I do just want to say as well that although Julie cannot be here this evening, she has the respect and admiration of our entire team. and she has really gone above and beyond to be an exceptional leader. So we're so proud to have her.
And Brittany, by the way, too, when we did the State of the City over at the Sakari Dunes, you know, I got a lot of feedback from a lot of people regarding the me running and picking up that taco.
Mayor, I have to say that I love Brittany's hair. One of these days, I'm gonna be brave enough, I will come in with a mustache the same color and advertise Oxnard. So, thank you for the report, Brittany, and it's an excellent group of people to work with.
Absolutely.
We've got some really good board members that, you know, look out for the city of Oxnard. Assistant City Manager Ashley Golden is on our board.
Yes,
and
oh, that's right, Ashley.
on quite a few other business people, so.
Ashley, you want to share
excellent.
anything on this? You're a board member.
It's one of my most favorite meetings that I go to, and you all know I go to a lot of meetings, but the energy that their team brings and the board members' commitments to putting Oxnard on the map for many different things is commendable, and it's one of those meetings you come out of and you feel energized and you feel proud to be part of this organization and part of this city.
PR, very, very important. I believe in that. Councilman Charan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks for all the work that your entire team has done in really highlighting the many great things that happen in Oxnard. And I appreciate also that while we are certainly highlighting the very high-end offerings that we have in our city that are high-end and very have some great amenities for folks who want to come and visit, I also appreciate that you are highlighting our localized businesses as well, and the folks who are here with restaurants and with other businesses to have an opportunity to get exposure and get visits from folks, not just from Oxnard, but those who are visiting Oxnard. And I was very pleasantly surprised by some of the strategies you're using, because just a couple weeks ago, my family and I were at Downtown Disney, and they have this game you can play right now where you get a little sticker card and you have to go find these pumpkins throughout Downtown Disney, but it forces you to walk into the store and look for the pumpkin. And, you know, it gets folks in the door. And of course I started thinking, oh, I wonder if I should talk to the Visit Oxnard people, see, you know, how this looks. It sounds like the restaurant thing that they had done, and sure enough, you have that, and you have the taco thing. And so, you know, y'all are way ahead of me on that. That's not my forte, but I saw that stickers with pumpkins. What a great idea. You're already, you know, light years ahead of that. So thank you so much for all of that work. And one question I do have is, if folks would like to find out more about how to access either partnering businesses or agencies or Visit Oxford themselves to come and speak to their organization, for example, like if we have hospitality and marketing courses at Oxnard College or at one of our local high schools, could they contact you all for that connection?
It's a great question. We have been very honored to actually be working pretty closely with Oxnard Union High School District and have spoken with their culinary and hospitality students and teachers. They invited us to speak at an event they had a few months ago, so we were very excited and happy to do that. They also have a biannual advisory committee that we will be joining to kind of have some input with the local high school students seeking opportunities in tourism. We have also been in touch with CSUCI. They've been inquiring about some partnerships with our organization, and of course, Oxnard College as well.
Great, thank you so much. That's awesome to hear, and I know they like the stickers and the magnets that you all have too, so keep those things coming also. And my last statement, Mayor, if Ms. Golden says that you're one of her favorite meetings, she's not kidding. She goes to a lot of meetings, so that holds a lot of weight to have her say that. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo?
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very nice, and I was able to go to the grand opening of the restaurant Zakara. It was very nice. Food fantastic. I'd recommend it. There's a lot of places and a lot of things to do in Oxnard. Some may go that, what does this have to do with the local residents? This brings in tourism, and tourism brings money. They spend the money here. It benefits everybody that lives in Oxnard. Now, I want to share with you a question that I get. I remember a long, long time ago, they used to have sand drag races on the beach. And in your photographs, you highlight an orange early model Bronco. And I've gotten calls from people that remember that. Where can we bring our four-wheelers to the beach in Oxnard? And it might be something you consider because I don't believe that those are allowed on the beach. And I know just from my neighborhood and other areas of Oxnard, there are more and more people that are buying these four-wheelers, and we don't want to promote that and get in hot water. But other than that, fantastic. And it's not a casting dispersions on anybody, just facts, just giving you a heads up. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you so much. Council members, if not, do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Brittany, thank you so much. Visit Oxnard. Excellent, excellent work, and I think, as was said, it puts Oxnard on the map and it brings revenue to the city, and the hotel rates are excellent too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next item is item D2, the City Manager Department, this is Community Relations Commission Annual Report. The recommendation of the City Council receive Community Relations Commission report, and we do have Martha Guillen from CRC. Martha Guillen's my assistant, number one, and also the clerk of the CRC. Thank you, Brittany. Martha can come right up.
Let me lower the mic.
Uh-huh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, the Community Relations Commission will be presenting their annual report. This evening, Commissioner Adam Lopez is going to have some short slide presentation that gives you an idea of the activities that the Community Relations Commission has been involved. But before we do continue, allow me to introduce Tiffany Lopez, the Chair of the Community Relations Commission, who will introduce the commissioners.
Welcome, Tiffany. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you for having the Community Relations Commission. I've been on for quite some time now, and I want to thank you all for your service and for continuing the great work and support of the Community Relations Commission. We are very excited to have our Multicultural Festival coming up, but I did want to introduce our commissioners. We do have 5 commissioners. We have 2 vacancies, so if anyone's watching and wants to apply, please do so through the city clerk's office. And I will introduce our vice chair, Kalia Durias.
Welcome.
Commissioner Helene Stallion.
Welcome.
And our immediate past chair, Adam Lopez.
Welcome, Adam.
So thank you. Before I hand it over to Adam to our annual report from last year, I just wanted to take time, all of us, our commission, to acknowledge Martha Guillen. Give her, Helene, or we have some flowers for her. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge her. She's been involved with our commission for many years.
You want to bring Martha up? So,
yeah. So I just wanted. I know, sorry, we're always surprising her. But I just wanted to acknowledge all of her hard work, her professionalism, courteous, very kind, and always follows through.
Let's put Martha there so we can take a photo. Okay. Get all the commissioners together.
Oh, he's gonna put this on Facebook.
Very good.
Thank you. But I just wanted to again acknowledge and thank her for all of her hard work. We appreciate her. And we hope to continue to work with Martha and just being our representative between our commission and the city council. Again, thank you all for having us, and I'll pass it over to Adam.
Madam Chair, I'd like to share something with you. She doesn't pay attention to me at all because she's working on CRC all day long.
I know. She has many hats. So, thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Martha. Congratulations again. Well, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and City Council and City staff. This evening, I have the pleasure of, I'm not sure this is connected, of presenting our annual report. It hasn't been done in quite a while, so it's going to be exciting to share this information that we do. Everything that we've done in the past year, 2 years, Chair Lopez already presented the commissioners. Unfortunately, Cynthia Gonzalez had a prior commitment. She couldn't be here tonight, but she definitely wanted to be here. So a little bit about this. The powers and duties of the CRC are included in the Oxnard City Code and define the focus area of the CRC. And we selected 3 main points tonight just to highlight the importance of what our commission does. Analyze, define, and investigate community relations, issues, and needs in the city, and advise the city council on matters involving group prejudice, racial tension, intolerance, or differences in treatment of favoritism of persons on the basis other than individual merits. Disseminate information and educational materials and reports that will assist in the elimination of practices involving group prejudice, racial tension, intolerance, or differences in treatment or favoritism of persons on the basis other than individual merits. And the last one is endorse community events that improve community relations in the city and are consistent with the duties of the Community Relations Commission. So this is what we want to highlight tonight. And the CRC currently has 5 appointed commissioners with 2 vacancies, districts 4 and 6. So like Chair Lopez said, anybody listening or watching, if you're interested, please reach out to the city office. We will gladly welcome you to the CRC. For the past years, and even this last year, even through our pandemic, we had the privilege and honor of listening to remarkable individuals, great presentations of great agencies, organizations, nonprofits, companies throughout our great city. Some of these are here listed for you. We heard from the League of Women Voters of Ventura County, Diversity Collective Ventura County, Juneteenth celebration, Inlaquech Cultural Arts Center, Cesar Chavez Memorial Events, NAACP of Ventura County, Chabad of Oxnard Jewish Center, New Progressive Christian Baptist Church. This was a very particular one because we heard and addressed bullying and hate crimes, which is something that we took to heart, and we really wanted to take a deep dive into the issue. So that was a really important item for us that we heard on that particular month. County Ventura Tobacco Policy Program, City of Oxnard Fair Housing Division, Community Action of Ventura County, Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Ventura County, Ventura County Public Health COVID-19 Vaccine Access, Oxnard Police Department, among others. Just as a list of all the remarkable presentations we've heard the last 2 years, and we continue to have remarkable individuals that come and just want to present to us and discuss the great services that they offer to the city of Oxnard and throughout Ventura County. Chair Lopez described this a little bit, discussed this a little bit. Sorry, you're already aware of this. Councilmember Gabe Teran already gave us an apology because he won't be here this Saturday. However, I wanted to explain this. This is our 26th annual. For the last 25 years, the Community Relations Commission has put together and hosted one of the city's most exciting, most sought-out events. People look out for this event because it's a multicultural festival, and it's happening this Saturday, October 7th, here at Plaza Park in this beautiful city of Oxnard. The CRC has hosted and organized the Multicultural Festival for the past 25 years at Plaza Park. This event celebrates, recognizes, and acknowledges all ethnicities, cultures, and traditions around the world. It's an opportunity to enjoy and embrace music, dance, food, arts, and more from different parts of the world. This event is very well attended each year and a favorite of the community. In 2022, the CRC welcomed back the Multicultural Festival after a 2-year hiatus due to COVID. And the CRC invites all community members to attend the 26th annual event this Saturday, October 7th at 11 a.m. at Plaza Park. It's going to have an opening ceremony where the city council, our esteemed mayor is going to be there, city staff. We begin the event with a parade of nations with 40 children from Rio School District representing different flags of the world, different countries. So we invite you all, whoever's listening and watching this, please come out this Saturday, 11 a.m. at Plaza Park and join us for a great celebration, our 26th annual Multicultural Festival. And before I pass this over to Chair Lopez, I just want to give a context here. One of the second, besides our Multicultural Festival, the second, I guess, initiative that we have as a commission is our Community Recognition Awards. Since 1989, the CRC has recognized deserving individuals and groups that support the mission of the CRC in Oxnard through the Community Recognition Awards. The intention of these awards is to recognize individuals who go above and beyond to promote mutual understanding and respect among all individuals and facilitate intergroup harmony through educational and cultural activities. The awards recognize individuals in the following categories: Community Volunteer Adult, Community Volunteer Youth, Community Volunteer Senior. It's a business and also a nonprofit organization here Oxnard based. And at this time, I'm going to ask Chair Lopez to come and announce the winners for this year's Community Awards.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
Sure. We had a lot of nominations, and we were pleased to announce our 2023 Community Recognition Award winners. We have our community adult volunteer is Brenda Heredia, and our community youth volunteer is Abel Velasquez.
Brenda, was she from Nyland Acres?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Nyland Acres.
Yeah.
And Abel Velasquez, the youth, I believe, worked with City Corps. I believe City Corps. Community volunteer senior, I'm sure many of you know Marvin Booth, all the tremendous work he's done in the city. And also Larita Montgomery, she's done a lot with the Martin Luther King celebration and other events in the community. Both well-deserved. So they are a co-winners this year. And our business is Legacy Martial Arts and Family Fitness. And the nonprofit organization is SWAT Meet Justice. And we will be presenting them with awards and their accolades on Saturday at 11 a.m. at our opening ceremonies. So congrats to everyone, and we encourage the community to look out for next year and then to come and congratulate all these winners on Saturday at the Multicultural Festival.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Like I said, one of the initiatives that we have as a CRC that we think it's very important is to recognize the efforts of individuals, agencies, and organizations who definitely make a difference out there. As Chair Lopez mentioned, for Community Volunteer Senior, we saw nominations for Marvin Booth and Larita Montgomery, and it was just difficult to choose one because they do so much good for the city of Oxnard and throughout. So it was just an easy decision to just give them both the recognition. So we want to congratulate them, and we'll continue on with the presentation. A few years ago, well, actually, it was more than a few, 2017, 2018 or so, we had a town hall meeting, which has not happened since then. And I want to talk about this a little bit. In an effort to educate the community on ways to eliminate practices of intolerance and discrimination, the Community Relations Commission organized a town hall event a few years ago at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center to discuss valuable resources regarding challenges with at-risk youth, bullying, mental health, underserved communities, peer pressure. We had a panel. I was a moderator. In that panel was back then Chief Scott Whitney. We had Dr. Cesar Morales. We had many different directors from the youth juvenile facility as well. So it was one of those town halls where a lot of people came. I believe Councilmember Perello was there that evening. And I believe there was a few. It was a lot of people that were there. And it was one of those discussions where it brought to light the many different issues that we're facing in our schools with our youth. And I think Councilmember Turan would have appreciated what we did that evening, and we want to do it again because it brings a lot of value into our communities.
Adam, that sounds like a really excellent are you going to start that again, or?
Well, looking forward, the CRC has discussed the possibility of hosting another town hall event focused on current pressing issues facing children and students in Oxnard. We know nowadays, right now, a lot of mental health, a lot of suicide thoughts, a lot of bullying. So we want to bring this back. We want to be that conduit with between the city and the community to be able to address these issues. So we're asking for your support when that happens. So we're going to make it happen again.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah. As part of the power and duties, the CRC participates in various community events throughout the year. This further supports the collaborative nature between the CRC, city programs, and community organizations. Some events that the Community Relations Commission participates include Dia del Niño, Insect Festival, Juneteenth, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, immigration forums, community fairs, among others. We want to be present. We want to be there to support and to be available and accessible to the community to learn about what the CRC is. There have been many outstanding and remarkable individuals who have served on the Community Relations Commission since its inception. Individuals such as myself and my fellow commissioners who love the city and have a passion for giving back to the community and making a difference. Individuals who volunteered their time and gave up their talents, skills, and knowledge to be that change. And to all of them, we want to say thank you. And with that, we wrap up this presentation, and we are open to any questions that any of you may have. I'm sorry, Chair Lopez has one more comment.
One more comment, I'm sorry. I also did want to acknowledge, hearing Adam, he's such a gifted orator and great public speaker, and wonderful asset to our commission, as are all the ladies, the ladies here, not all the ladies. Adam's not a woman, but he's a feminist. I love it. No, but I just wanted to acknowledge that Adam was the recipient of this year's Community Influencer of the Year through the West Ventura County Business Alliance, formerly the Oxnard Chamber. So we really wanted to applaud him for that. We were super proud of him for receiving that award, well deserved. And then I also just lastly wanted to invite you all. Last year, we're going to have our annual holiday dinner event that we put on as a commission. We had it at Cetabello last year. We actually had Councilmember Basua come. Thank you so much. Martha Guillen, and we had Supervisor Vianney Lopez. We had a really good time, and it's just to enjoy fellowship. And no business, no city business, but we will be having that again this year in December, and we will be sending you an invite. So thank you. Now, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Adam, and Commissioners and Martha. Thank you for excellent presentation. I think one thing you said is diversity. Diversity is extremely important here in the city of Oxnard. In fact, throughout Ventura County and hopefully throughout the nation, but bringing all those folks together is extremely important, working with our youth and working with the community and working with the city of Oxnard. And the multicultural program is just an excellent program, that the city, started many, many years ago. It's going to be 26 years now, but thank you again, Councilman Perello.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will not be able to attend the multicultural. I have a previous engagement, but I want to share with you the list of speakers that you had and things that of interest in the community. I recently attended the VCOG meeting made up of different cities. The district attorney was there and made a presentation with respect to how fentanyl and also how people are forced into prostitution. And I think it would be very good for you to have him make that presentation to you. I hope he can make it to our full council, but well worth it. There were some very surprised council members, including myself. Well worth your time. Thank you for everything you're doing. And I'm sorry that your other member of the board's not here, but I've spoken to her a couple of times. I'm grateful she served, and all of you volunteered to serve on this board. Because I like to remind people, you don't get a tank of gas at the price of gas is today, or a cup of coffee. It's a volunteer effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's an excellent idea to bring the DA over. Councilman.
Thank you, Councilmember Perello. And we know that you've attended some of our meetings and supported us, so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councilmember Perello for pointing it out. I just wanted to take a moment to not only thank you for the update and the presentation, but for your volunteerism on the Community Relations Commission. Because as he pointed out, I hope that folks in the general public realize this is a volunteer role. You were giving up, at minimum, one night a month for your commission meetings, but beyond that, you are prepping for the meetings, you're following up on action items from those meetings leading into the next one, and preparing for the events and activities and community engagement that you all do. And that is all done uncompensated. And so my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you for your work. And I can't put into words enough just how much your work serves our community. And there are 5 of you now serving 200,000+ people in the city of Oxnard in the purview of your work. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really Adam and Lopez and commissioners and Martha, thank you for an excellent presentation. This is really so great. We had Visit Oxnard and we have CRC. It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So anyway, don't leave because we'll be back at 6 o'clock for opening ceremonies. We'll be back in about a few minutes at 6 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're back in session, and we're item E. This is opening ceremonies. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. We're going to have Mayor Pro Tem lead us to the pledge.
Please rise if you're able. Place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Thank you. We're back in session, and we're item E. This is opening ceremonies. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we had some back. Okay, our next item is item F. This is the ceremonial items. We're going to have 4 items. We're going to have number 1 is multicultural. Second, we have cancer awareness. And then also the 3 fire prevention, then indigenous people at the last. So we're going to start off with the presentation of proclamation designating month of October 2023 as Multicultural Month. Then we have Chair Lopez and the commission, CRC Commission. Can you come up?
And Mr. Mayor, it's ordinarily customary for council to stand for all these presentations. With my knees in the shape they're in, it will not be possible for me to stand for all 4 of them. So I'm going to excuse myself. No disrespect to all the people that are here. These are very important things, but I will be back when this is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, commissioners, come on. Okay, Diego, are we on? Diego, oh, there you go. Thank you, welcome again. So who's going to be receiving this? The chair? Okay, Tiffany. Proclamation, October 2023, Multicultural Month, whereas the month of October is designated as Multicultural Month in the city of Oxnard as part of the United Nations Day of Celebration throughout the world. Whereas representation of many cultures from around the world, with too many languages being spoken, the city of Oxnard is truly a diverse community. And whereas Community Relations Commission will be celebrating the 26th annual Multicultural Festival will be held at Plaza Park to embrace and celebrate the city's cultural diversity. Where admission to the celebration is free and will feature live entertainment, crafts, exhibits, international booth, kids activities, foods from a vast variety of cultures. Whereas the Multicultural Festival provides an opportunity for the community to come together to learn about cultures and appreciate the richness each culture adds to our community and recognizes the common humanity that links each culture to each other. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, proclaim October 23 as Multicultural Month in the City of Oxnard and encourage all residents to come together and share and celebrate diversity in the environment and education, and to have some fun in the intertwined 26th Annual Multicultural Festival at Plaza Park on October 7, 2023. It was mentioned earlier, and this is signed by the mayor. And Chair Lopez, you want to share a couple of words?
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and all the council members. We are excited to have our 26th annual Multicultural Festival at Plaza Park. It's again a free, fun, family event from 11 to 4. We're gonna have the Caliente 805 band and the other band, do you guys remember? It's a new band, Martha, name of the other band? Heart and Soul Band, thank you. And we're having tons of great annual events, activities that we have. We are gonna have the City Core Train, we're gonna have our passport for kids that are going. You can see the different countries that are represented. We're gonna have about over 25. We're gonna have yummy food trucks, activities for the kids, vendors, nonprofits. So it's just a really fun, great day. So we encourage you all to attend. Again, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Plaza Park. So thank you again for this, for proclaiming October Multicultural Month. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and introduce my fellow commissioners, please. We have Commissioner Helene Stallion. Yes, we have Vice Chair Kalia Durius. And our immediate past chair, Adam Lopez. And we do have another commissioner, Cynthia Gonzalez, who was not able to make it tonight, but thank you, Cynthia. She'll be there on Saturday. And then we have 2 vacancies, so if anyone is interested, any community member, we are all volunteers. If you're interested, we have 2 vacancies, and you can contact the city clerk's office. District 4 and District 6 are open. And then Martha is our clerk and our representative to the city of Oxnard, Martha Guillen. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any words from the commissioners? Adam or? No?
You just want to hear my voice.
Well, thank you so much again. This is the culture events here in Oxnard are just fantastic, and many languages are spoken here, 20 languages and so forth, probably more that we know. But thank you again for the good work and the excellent presentation that you did earlier today. Thank you again on behalf of the city of Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can we get a picture?
Martha?
Can we get a picture? No? Picture? Council.
Okay.
She's like, I don't want to go up. I want a picture.
Get closer.
close.
You want closer? Closer?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Put your hands together for CRC. Thank you. Thank you again. Okay. Okay. Okay, our next proclamation, I'd like to call our Police Chief Jason Benitez and also our Fire Chief Alexander Hamilton. Thank you, Chiefs. This proclamation, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2023, whereas October is the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we stand with the courageous women and men who are currently fighting this disease, and we honor those who have lost the battle to this terrible disease. Whereas we recognize this year alone, we estimated 281,000 Americans across the nation will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 43,000, unfortunately, will die from this terrible disease. The American Cancer Society estimates that there will be 30,730 new breast cancer cases in California this year, and 4,730 will pass. Where we encourage all residents to be proactive in the crusade against this deadly disease, including seeking advice from healthcare providers, understanding the risk factors, and the importance of getting appropriate cancer screening tests, and making lifestyle changes that may reduce the possibility of breast cancer. Where early detection followed by the timely treatment upon diagnosis can significantly improve a patient's chance of survival, we find consolation to understanding the survival rates have drastically improved in recent years due to the increased awareness and innovative advancements in early detection and treatment. Whereas where Oxnard Police and Fire Department work together to raise public awareness of the importance of early detection and also raise funds for the fight against breast cancer by wearing and selling collected pink police and fire patches, from all proceeds going into the Ribbons of Life Breast Cancer Foundation, a local nonprofit that's dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of those struggling with an impact and implication of breast cancer in Ventura County. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zergos, the Mayor of the City of Oxnard, proclaim October 23 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Oxnard. I encourage all residents to actually think pink, think prevention, and think early detection. And this is signed by the Mayor today. Chief?
Mayor, City Council members, thank you so much for this proclamation. I'll tell you and members of the public that this year in particular is especially poignant for the fire department, as one of our administrative services specialists was just diagnosed with cancer not 2 weeks ago, breast cancer. And so we're very confident that she's going to beat this, win this fight. But certainly it hits close time for us this year. So we'll be joining with our police department partners in selling shirts, We have the logo on the back for those of you who are watching at home. We have men's and women's shirts that we will be selling. And like the Mayor said in the proclamation, all the proceeds will be going to the Ribbons of Life Foundation that do a fantastic job in supporting women diagnosed with breast cancer.
Thank you, Chief. We joined the fire department in this effort in 2018, so this is our police department's 6th year in doing this. And as you can see, we each year have tried to come up with a different patch that we are selling to our community to raise money for Ribbons for Life. Just echo what the fire chief said, this is a very important topic. And this Thursday, we will be starting our kickoff pop-up. So if you want to join us, we'll be at the Starbucks at Esplanade. We'll have patches there. Our officers in the neighborhood policing team will be there as well. I would like to thank, in addition to the fire, for being such a great partner. We have a number of community partners, including the Oxnard Police Community Foundation, the Oxnard Peace Officers Association. We have some community sponsors as well that are also supporting this effort. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Chief. And you said I got to be there at 7 a.m. in the morning? That's Elizabeth Tour. No. Put your hands together for the fire department and Oxnard PD for the good work. And I know that all of us are impacted by cancer, especially breast cancer. So thank you so much again, and thank all the personnel for the good work they do and all the money they raise for the community. Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you. Chief, okay, Chief 1 and Chief 2. Who's Chief 1 and who's Chief 2? Okay, thank you. Put your hands together again for the police. Okay. And Chief Hamilton, come right back. Okay, this is a Proclamation Fire Prevention Week, October 18 to 14, 2023, whereas the City of Oxnard is committed to ensuring the safety and security of those living and visiting the City of Oxnard, whereas a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes that are located within our people are the greatest risks from fire. Whereas where homes fire killed 2,800 people in the United States in 2021, and according to the National Fire Protection NFPA and fire departments in the United States responded to 338,000 home fires. It's unbelievable. Fire Prevention Week was established to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire and the tragic fire event of October 8th and 9th, 1871 that killed an estimated 300 people, left 100,000 people homeless, and destroyed more than 17,400 structures and burned over 2,000 acres in the city of Chicago. In 2023, the Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking, which starts with you. Cooking safety starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention. Effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking and reduce the risk of chicken fires. Whereas two every 5 homes start at the kitchen, and 31% of these fires result in unattended cooking. More than half of them responded to non-fatal home cooking fires, which occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. Where Oxnard residents have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan and are prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive home fires. Practicing a home fire escape plan twice a year ensures that everyone in the household knows what to do in case of a real fire. Whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying as reported in homes in almost half. That is really phenomenal. Now therefore I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the week of 8 and 14/23 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Oxnard. Encourage all residents to install and test their smoke detectors, practice their home fire escape plan, and support the many, many public safety activities efforts that the fire department has with emergency service during the Fire Prevention Week. This is signed in today's date. Fire Chief.
Mayor, thank you, and City Council members, thank you so much for the support. This is a big deal for us. We are really redoubling our efforts in fire prevention. Last year we lost way too many residents in residential fires, and we want to change that statistic. And so We're working hard towards procuring more smoke detectors so that anyone that wants one can get one in their home, and looking forward to really doing a lot of community outreach over the next couple of months once we get those smoke detectors in hand. So thank you for this. Thank you for the support, and look forward to bringing down those statistics of lives lost and lives impacted by fire. Thank you.
Chief, I know that the fire department has had a program where they go out in different homes and actually knock on doors to see if they have a smoke detector. And if they don't have, actually set one up, And also, one of the things that I think is important, that not only a smoke detector, but also carbon monoxide, which is really, really important. Are you still doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if it's in the city manager's presentation for it looks like it is for tonight, but the phone number will be in tonight's presentation. But to this day, still around 2/3 of the homes that we respond to, residential structure fires that we respond to, do not have a working smoke detector. So it's really important to get those. It's your best chance of being alerted by the fire and being able to get out quickly. So thank you, Mayor.
And when you're cooking chicken, in the chicken. No, one of the things I think is really important too that was mentioned in the presentation is your handles when you're cooking in the kitchen. Make sure the handles are put away from you, because many times you're out there talking to somebody and the handle's sticking right to you, and it's a good way to knock that over. And really, thank you again, Chip. Put your hands together for the fire department. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Mm-hmm. So now we have a proclamation for indigenous people, and we have Alakoi Para. Yeah. How many people do you have with you, Para? Coming up. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, how are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you, hon. Okay. So who's going to... Para? Okay. Well, this is Proclamation Indigenous Peoples Day, October 9, 2023, where the city of Oxnard recognizes the indigenous people who have lived upon this land for thousands of years, and also values the progress that our society has accomplished through the contribution of indigenous people and culture. Where the city of Oxnard is located on the traditional lands of Chumash people who have been stewards of this land for 13,000 years. And where the city of Oxnard continues to be the home of both Chumash communities and indigenous migrant communities. And whereas we solemnly recognize the brutal impacts and racial injustices indigenous people from the colonization, assimilation, and the genocide against indigenous people of over last 500 years on this land. Where the city of Oxnard recognizes its obligation to uplift and invest the future of indigenous people. Whereas the idea of Indigenous People Day was first proposed in 1977 by the delegation of Native Nations in the United Nations, sponsored international conferences on discrimination against indigenous populations in the Americas. And where the city of Oxnard wishes to celebrate and honor indigenous people in a way that better reflects the experiences of indigenous people and to hold in esteem the roots and history and contribution. Whereas the city of Oxnard wishes to preserve and promote the history of the culture of indigenous people. Now therefore, I, John C. Zergo, as the mayor of the city of Oxnard, do proclaim October 9, 2023 as Indigenous People in the city of Oxnard, and encourage us to continue and recognize and appreciate the celebration of a goodwill and friendship of a local indigenous people here in the community. Thank you so much. This is on behalf of the city of Oxnard, signed by the mayor of Oxnard. Thank you so much. You want to share a couple of words? Say a couple of words.
Kakinaliu, thank you to the city council. This is really important, but I think my aunt Melissa Parr Hernandez deserves this more. She started the Candelaria American Indian Council back in the 70s, and there is a lot of indigenous women who wouldn't be where they are today if it wasn't for your hard work and my grandma Parr's hard work and a lot of Native women's work. So thank you so much, and thank you again.
And also, I just want to share that we just dedicated the park, Oxnard Park, over and on Victoria Avenue, and we called it Eloquoy Park. And congratulations on that. And I think that you folks had a lot to do with that. And we want to thank Manny Hernandez and the Mayor Pro Tem for working with you folks, and our city manager too, and the staff. And now we have a park named after you, which is really great. Thank you so much. Would like to share anything?
Well, we're working with the planning. We want to work with the planning department so we can further put more names of Chumash. And I'm just grateful that this happened because I've lived here all my life. I was born and raised here, and then the rest of these guys follow. You can tell by our ages. I was here first, and then the rest are here. But yeah, my mom and dad. My mom was always very adamant of letting us know that we were Chumash Indians. Before we cut a tooth, we knew what we were before then, but I'm really proud that she's not here now, but I know she's watching.
Thank you so much. Mija, you want to share anything?
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work and the meetings and everything we had moving forward with the park. It was a little bit complicated at times, but we got it done, and I'm really excited and happy for it. And the people seem to be really receptive and excited, and really have done a lot of outreach. So I'm excited. I'm so happy and so thankful that you guys, City of Oxnard and the mayor, everyone here is working hard and recognizing Indigenous people. Thank you.
Haku haku kianti kakti shokwa tasino. Hello everybody, my name is Robin Redwater, and I just again want to thank everybody for the beach park renaming, because in my journey of translating and working with the nephew of the last native speaker and world-renowned linguist Marianne Methune, I never thought that my translating would help with something like this. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And my understanding that our city manager and our, I think Councilman Perella was there, and Councilman Turan and Arthur were there. And my understanding that during the presentation, you had a blessing from heaven with what's water coming down. Is that correct? The holy water? There was a rainbow too besides that? Oh, that's just really fantastic. So thank you again. Put your hands together for the Chumash community. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. Excuse me, Mayor.
Any speakers on this item?
There's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. Our next item, after this great ceremony, that was 4 excellent proclamations for a lot of people that really helped us in the community, which I'm sure that our city council and our residents are very happy about that. Our next item is item G. This is public comments not on the agenda, and then we have a couple of speakers that potentially would like to speak. And we got 3 minutes. We'll start off with Pat Brown and followed by Chuck Dennis. Pat Brown.
As you all know, I am the neighborhood chair for the east side of Oxnard Boulevard, from the transportation center all the way south to Timbuktu. I mean, it's a long way down there. Anyway, all along the east side of Oxnard Boulevard. And as you know, you've got to know, we have big empty lots from a little past 7th Street all the way down to the 5 Points intersection. What was a Toyota dealership back many years ago has been vacant all these years. And the used car lot that it just fell apart, and people were stealing their parts off of the cars, whatever they had out there at night, in the middle of the night. It was terrible. We've got to do something about all of this. This is one large area, very large area, that we can redevelop into nice businesses that we can, all of the residents here in our downtown Oxnard can walk to without having to get in their car and drive to Ventura or Camarillo or the other side of Oxnard Boulevard to do business. We've got the space. And what we have is very nasty. It just looks terrible. It gives this city a really bad name, really bad. It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. We've got to do something about it. I spoke to the Planning Commission about it one night. They said, looks wonderful. We'd love to do it, but we can't do it without somebody coming up and making all the arrangements, so forth. Then we can approve it. So we need some help, people. We need some developers who are willing to put out the money. The second, third, fourth, and fifth floors of these buildings can be in housing, which we all need. We need more of it. We're having 2 big buildings in my neighborhood just north of there. Those are 2 new ones, but we need far more than that. So we need that also. From the second floor up, we need it all in housing. We can have a little bit of parking in front because the lots are very, very deep there. I don't know if you've noticed, but they are. We take out the Toyota buildings. We take out all of the buildings that have the broken windows and the graffiti all over them. And we start all over. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Chuck Dennis.
Hello.
Hi.
Members of City Council. My name is Chuck Dennis. I'm the producer of the Oxnard Jazz Festival. In September of 2023, we completed our 6th annual Oxnard Jazz Festival 2-day festival right here on the beach, where thousands attended, with approximately 60% from outside of the Ventura County area. I'd like to share with you a short video with highlights from our event. I want to thank the City of Oxnard for the past support, especially most recent with our assistance with the community stage with our last-minute difficulty that prevented us from getting our original stage approved. We hope that we continue to count on the support of the City of Oxnard, as we have no intentions of taking this festival outside of the community. Thank you for the many accommodations you have presented at the Oxnard Jazz Festival. We express great gratitude for your recognition of our achievements. Oxnard is one of the largest cities in Ventura County. However, I noticed that it produces the lowest number of music events. My team would love to become more involved to help influence this change. I have over 30 years of experience with concert production and promotions and have successfully produced music festivals. I'm currently working with the City of Inglewood, the City of Bakersfield, and San Diego, just to name a few. We brought a new refreshing concert to the Gold Coast of Oxnard. We're bringing top Grammy award-winning talent to the City of Oxnard, along with fans who purchase hotel accommodations, visit our establishment, go to Liberty Live, shop our collection, and eat at our amazing restaurants. Over the past year, over the past 5 years, the City of Oxnard has always supported our endeavors. However, this year we were asked to remove the Visit Oxnard and the City of Oxnard logo from our website, which we replied. Many other community businesses have supported and sponsored The festivals such as Wells Fargo, Alexander Cadillac, Tesla, Ventura Rentals, Mercedes-Benz, and even the Port of Hueneme. We're already planning for the 2024 Oxnard Jazz Festival, and we're looking forward to receiving support from the City of Oxnard. As we continue to grow our event, we would like to learn more about grants and art promotion from the city that the city has to offer. Last year, we were chosen and received a grant to help offset the high cost to produce an event of this magnitude. Our goal is to build a long-time relationship with the City of Oxnard, and while also growing and sustaining a top-notch music festival for all to attend. The 7th Annual Oxnard Jazz Festival is planned for Saturday and Sunday, September 14th and 15th of 2024. We look forward to your support and seeing you there. Me and my team, we thank you guys.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers virtually or in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have one virtual speaker, Diego Martinez.
Okay.
Let me unmute him.
3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Diego, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Diego Martinez. I live in Thousand Oaks, but frequent Oxnard, and I know you're doing a resurfacing program that's starting soon. And I just wanted to express my support for bike lanes and protected intersections and more public transit. So I hope you can get that done, and thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers virtually or in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll progress to item H. This is a report of the city manager and director and secretary. The city manager says local government fun facts, comparative city demographics, recommendation that the public and the city council receive a city manager discussion about Oxnard statistics as compared to other cities in the region. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As what seems to be becoming usual, we'll start with a few quick announcements. So Diego, if you can put up the slides. Okay, so thank goodness this has been an ongoing effort by Community Action of Ventura County. They are continuing to provide utility bill assistance to our residents. They will be holding some more workshops. You can see here are scheduled on October 9 as well as October 23. This time around, they're shifting to the afternoon instead of the morning, so it'll be between 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Here in downtown Oxnard at 214 South C Street. If you have any questions leading up to going to those appointments, please call Community Action at 805-436-4000. Again, they're able to provide financial support for families in need of some assistance paying utility bills. Next, we continue to run our free smoke detector program. You heard the fire chief earlier this evening make this alarming statement, no pun intended there, that 2 out of every 3 fires that we respond to, unfortunately, we find no working smoke detectors in the apartments, homes, building structure. So we have, they've been very, very proactive in getting grant funding to purchase all these smoke detectors, and they are even willing to install them for people who need them. And whether you live in a studio where you only need one, or you live in a home that has multiple rooms, they'll install as many as necessary. So here's the easy part. Just call them, 805-982-7282, and hopefully we can get some working smoke detectors installed. It could and absolutely will save your lives. You heard also earlier that the 26th Annual Multicultural Festival is happening, so I'll repeat this Saturday, October 7th, beginning at 11 a.m., running through 4 p.m. downtown at Plaza Park, and it is free to the public, so please come and enjoy. Okay, So for this meeting's local government fun fact, it's actually an update. You'll remember a brief discussion about the Ventura Community College District here in Ventura County, which has 3 college campuses, one in Moore Park, one in Ventura, and of course, here in our lovely city of Oxnard. You can also see the respective populations, and then there's interesting discussion about what those numbers truly mean in terms of what each campus services. But what I'm most interested in and concerned over is the respective budgets for each of the colleges. So you can see that below. So this is the updated budget numbers for each campus. So the good news is each campus received a healthy increase in their upcoming annual budget. But in my mind, the bad news remains the ratio of the funding as opposed to the population and the need. Now, yes, Moore Park College serves more people than those who live in Moore Park. However, even if, let's say, you draw a map around their service area, and let's just say they serve a geography that accommodates 200,000 people, it's still a problem. We still have, for whatever sets of reasons and whatever the history is, the lowest amount of resources. So why is this a local government fun fact? Well, it's a extremely significant impact on our residents in terms of the need continuing to go underserved. And these are public institutions. These are public colleges, which we all pay for. We all pay for the community colleges, and this is the current scenario. We are working with the college and the college district on a going forward basis to figure out how to increase the resources for Oxnard College in order to meet the needs and the demands of our community. And again, I have no interest in decreasing the budgets of the very successful Moore Park College or Ventura College. But we definitely need to increase the resources going to Oxnard College. So more to come on this item in the next several years. This is going to be a multi-year effort. This will not change overnight or even in 1 or 2 years. But we are focused on rectifying this inequity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Any questions of the City Manager? If not, do we have any speaker on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have one virtual speaker. Let me see. Caller with phone number ending in 6377, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Is it muted? Is he on?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, before you start the clock, I just want to say I've had my hand raised, so I don't know if the glitch is on my end or your end, but it's regarding the items not on the agenda, so is it okay to speak?
Yes, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, this is Manuel Herrera, the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. The reason I was calling, first of all, I saw the presentation by Visit Oxnard. It was amazing. They're doing an excellent job, so I wanted to commend them for that. Also, I wanted to personally take the time to thank each and every member of the City Council for their unanimous vote and support of the effort to rename Oxnard Beach Park to Olacoy Beach Park in honor of the original caretakers of the land, the Shumash. So individually, I wanted to thank Arthur Valenzuela Zavala, thank you. Gabby Basua, thank you. Oscar Madrigal, thank you. Gabe Turan, thank you. Bert Perello, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Brian McDonald, thank you very much. You were very instrumental in helping make this possible. And of course, Mayor John Zaragoza, thank you so much for all your help, for agreeing to meet with me at the very beginning. So I wanted to thank you all personally. I was going to try to be there in person. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that. And one other person who really helped a lot and went beyond the call of duty, and I actually forgot to thank them at Saturday's event because he also helped out with some of the MC duties. I wanted to thank our city manager, Alex Nguyen. Thank you so much for all your help. And lastly, I heard Chuck Dennis speak, the promoter, the one that has been promoting the Oxnard Jazz Festival. And, you know, thank God for him this year, because as you know, the Strawberry Festival went to Ventura, Anderson Paak went to Ventura, the Salsa Festival had to be canceled. So the only real major event was the Jazz Festival. So hopefully things can work out between him and the city and all involved to bring more valuable entertainment to the city of Oxnard, because that's where we all benefit. So as he mentioned, the city was able to help him out in a glitch that they had. The city came through for them. And so that's what it's all about, right? It's just people helping people, everybody helping everybody, making
30
things happen.
seconds.
So hopefully he can continue to bring Grammy Award-winning artists to Oxnard, and hopefully, you all can work together to make all this happen. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Councilman Perillo. No, you have your, okay. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem? Next item, okay. Okay, any speakers on this, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to City Council report, council members, and this is a time for council members to share any items of interest, and also if any items you'd like to see in future agendas, and get 3 minutes, and we'll start off with.
What's his name?
No, next, but Perello, you had a.
Did you want to talk?
Thank you very much. The last speaker, Emmanuel Herrera. I want to thank Emmanuel Herrera. I personally want to thank Emmanuel Herrera, not for thanking me, but for taking the bull by the horns and basically initiating some of the things. There were a lot of people that worked in the background. And as any human being, you have good points and you have bad points. And one thing that comes up in human beings, we all, no matter how much we think we walk on water or we're at the right hand of God, we all have egos. And sometimes egos can get out of control. I want to thank Manuel Herrera for all the effort he did in this issue with working with the group and the people that are here today. And in speaking with that, one of the main speakers that's here today, and she brought attention to me, which something that I'd asked a long time ago when Carmen Ramirez was on this, and I thought we would pursue this a little bit more. The violence perpetrated against Native American Indians or Native Indians in this country is horrendous. And there's an issue about jurisdictions, reservation jurisdiction, state jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction. This is something that we may not see it in our community, or it may be hidden in our community, but it is something that we should tangle, no different than Carmen Ramirez said we would tangle it. We didn't. We should get into it and put support to the efforts that go forward with this. Now back to my main things here. I had the opportunity to attend a VCOG meeting, as I mentioned a little earlier, and the District Attorney, Netanyahu, gave a terrific presentation on human trafficking and fentanyl, and I would recommend highly that that be brought to this board. It was a tremendous eye-opening presentation, well worth the time, very well done. Did have the opportunity to attend with, as mentioned, the change name for the Oxnard Shores, the old Oxnard Shores Park. Grateful to have attended that. Attended both Airport Noise, God bless, meetings in Camarillo and Oxnard. Truthfully, I was really disappointed. very, very, very few people showed up for the Oxnard meeting. And Oxnard gets a tremendous amount of complaints. A lot of money in advertising, effort, time, and resources were put on to enable these meetings to occur. And if something like that happens again, I hope Oxnard does a little bit more to stand up and show up. Camarillo was tremendous crowd. The issues that, ladies and gentlemen, we live in some pretty interesting and trying times. We just lost the United States Senator, and we just had another person appointed, which has opened up a lot of questions. We just had the Speaker of the House removed from his position. We live in trying times. Very interesting. As you get a little older, you remember your history classes and you go, I don't remember this happening when I was in history class, but we're living through history. I want to thank the neighborhood council meetings that I've attended and look forward to working with the residents and any other council member that needs help doing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Generally, the first week of each month is kind of a busy one, and tomorrow would ordinarily be my Gold Coast Transit District meeting at 10 a.m., but it's been canceled. Friday will be Ventura County Transportation Commission at 9 a.m. We're still on for that. And, you know, listening to Councilmember Perello describe his events, and I know the others on council are very, very busy also, especially those that still work full-time jobs. But this is, when you take this position, it's not just a position where you show up on a meeting Tuesday night for 3 hours and nothing else happens the rest of the week. We are all very, very busy, including staff and everyone else. So I think sometimes people don't recognize that. The nice thing about the transportation side of this world is Gold Coast and VCTC, we are the agencies that allows students ride for free program to go to and from school should they need to do so and not have a car. I think that's huge for our students, getting back and forth to class in a timely manner. Secondly, and I just saw this today, I had no idea it was coming, but tomorrow, October 4th at 11:20 our time, is a FEMA exercise to test the nationwide emergency broadcasting system. So the way I understand it, everybody's smartphone will activate. Everybody's television will be interrupted with an emergency message. And I'm hoping that the word got out quicker than just yesterday, because this could create a little bit of chaos in our country when everything activates all at the same time, if people don't recognize it as a test exercise. So, but I just want people, if, you know, your smartphone is on tomorrow, be ready for it to blare at 11:20, even if you've got it on silent. It should make a heck of a noise. So I just wanted to put that out there for the community at large to be aware of. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple quick items here. This past weekend, there's a lot of stuff going on, actually, on Saturday. So the last thing I'll talk about, I'll give you a spoiler alert on that, will be the alley cleanup. So that'll cue Diego to have those photos ready. First, I do want to thank also the collaborative effort with the folks who joined us tonight for the Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation and their efforts, along with Mr. Herrera, for the renaming of Oxnard Beach Park to Alacoy Beach Park. And they, you know, it's been so receptive to folks, and I see a lot of comments of people who are recognizing the importance and the significance behind the name, its connection to the area, and how that was landed upon. And so I just want to thank the folks who put in that effort. And I understand there are people who are either intimidated or hesitant to go with the name change or even try to pronounce the name change. But I would pose to folks watching tonight, and even the folks in this room, on the corner of Bard and C Street, there's a high school with the mascot of a Viking. And, you know, what's the name of that school? Anyone who went there, anyone who lives in this area knows that it's Hueneme High School. There's a city of Hueneme, there's a port of Hueneme. If you send the name of the high school to anyone from some other state who's never been here, they will look at it and they will probably be a little lost on where the pronunciation is. But around here, we know what it is because we've grown up with it and we know it. Similar, if I were to come to this area and I called it Ventura Road or Camarillo or the Conjo Valley, I imagine some folks would politely correct me on my pronunciation. That's okay, because I'm here and I'm learning, right? Regardless, the names are the names, and I hope that we can be respectful of what the names are and the significance behind them. Camarillo is named after a person. The Ventura Road is significant in the county seat that we have here. And Aliquay Beach Park has absolutely a connection and meaning to the name of that park and its location. So I, again, thank our folks who are involved in those efforts. Wagon Wheel Neighborhood Council happened last week, and they are looking for folks who are willing to run for a couple positions on their executive board. And their next meeting will be an election meeting to continue that. So if folks are watching and you live in the Wagon Wheel neighborhood, I encourage you to consider attending and running for those positions. Sierra Linda and Orchard Park had a joint meeting last week as well, and they had the South Bank chair and vice chair and residents in attendance also. It was a really big meeting. And so I want to thank all the folks from all three of those neighborhoods who came out for that particular item or for that meeting. This month, Carriage Square and South Bank will both be meeting on October 12th in the evening. And lastly, if Diego can cue up those photos that I had sent. All right, so that wasn't the first one, but we'll go with that one first anyhow. So I want to thank the folks who took part in the alley cleanup day for District 2 this past Saturday. And yes, I started early and then still showered and headed over to the beach park renaming and then headed back and continued to clean up. I want to thank some specific folks here. Here we have Marvin Booz, who joined me directly to get a really overgrown spot in one of the alleys in the Fremont South neighborhood. We go to the next picture. And this is another one. Actually, he did this on his own ahead of the cleanup. And that's an example of how much a pile of all those weeds made that were grown against the wall. We'll go to the next picture. And I want to thank Liuna 585. They had sent a number of volunteers who tackled one of the alleys in the Carriage Square neighborhood that had significant overgrowth and really made some really great improvements on it. If we go to the next photo, this is one of the residents who you can see a number of bags full of yard waste or weeds there that were taken away by the city. Next photo. This is an after photo of the Carriage Square neighborhood, just some of the work that they had done, the Liona folks. Next. This is the after photo of the wall that Marvin Booz and I tackled together. Next one. These are some additional residents who participated on their own property, and this is the Fremont South neighborhood. And next photo. And this is the before photo of what Marvin Booz and I had decided to tackle. And I started that about 7 in the morning, and after about 45 minutes to an hour of working, I had probably finished about 4 feet of clearance on my own. And so I appreciated Marvin coming out and having better tools than I had apparently, but also having a second set of hands, willing to volunteer his time as always to help with that. So we can end the photos there. Oh, my apologies. This is also ahead of the cleanup on the Sunday before. I went through all the alleys in the southern part of District 2 that were part of the cleanup and did all the 311 reports of bulky items I could find. It was 49 reports in total. This is just 9 photos here, but a lot of stuff. So not only did we get all the weeds cleared out, but all the bulky items were cleared out ahead of that so that they hopefully wouldn't be in people's ways before they started cleaning on that Saturday. So thank you to our 311 Green team for all of their work on that. And again, I don't know how many tons that is, but that's 49 instances of illegal dumping of bulky items that our 311 staff picked up within 72 hours of the report. So, all right, those are my comments. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the residents who participated and to our staff who jumped in with coordination and promotion, and especially our park staff who cleaned up all of the bags that were left behind the day of the cleanup. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Marvin Booz, if you're watching. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. I did happen to attend the Banana Festival this past weekend. It's a wonderful festival out at the port. And one last thing, I want to give a special shout out to my niece. She actually will be a part of the homecoming court this upcoming Friday at Oxnard High School. So congratulations to her.
Thank you, Councilman Basul.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually attended on September 23rd the coastal cleanup off of Perkins and McWayne. So thank you to the coastal keepers and everybody that put that together. There was a lot of trash that was picked up during that event. I also attended last week a meeting at Cuesta del Mar neighborhood regarding the proposed shelter on the corner of J Street and Wainimi. It was a very, very well-attended meeting and a very heated meeting. So I want to publicly acknowledge our housing director. He took a lot of the heat on that one. And there's more meetings, I'm sure, to come. But that neighborhood definitely, they have a lot of concerns, and I'm hoping that, I haven't discussed this with our city manager, but I was hoping that we could get together with our police chief and maybe come to some agreement or bring some resources that they're asking for out there. And also, on your behalf, I attended the Banana Festival first time that I was there. It was a very well-attended event, and I was happy to do that for you, Mayor.
I had a lot of honeydews to do that day, so thank you.
That's all right.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Valenzuela Zavala?
Yes, thank you. On September 26th, I was able to join Marvin Booz and a couple other community members in a quick alleyway cleanup for Redwood neighborhood between N Street and Napa Street. On September 29th, I joined some home care workers and their unions, SEIU 2015, at their grand opening in Camarillo. And on Saturday the 30th, I joined in at the Oxnard Beach Park ceremony. And then I was invited with some of the Public Employees Union, SEIU 721, to speak and join them at their Latino Heritage Month event afterwards. And this past Monday, I also will join the offshore wind power meeting at the Port of Wainimi for discussion with other community allies. And then some upcoming neighborhood meetings in the next 2 weeks. This Thursday at 6 p.m., Southwind's neighborhood meeting is meeting at Haycock School. On the 12th next week, Redwood Neighborhood Council's meeting at 6 p.m. at Cal Lutheran. And on October 15th, October 17th, Cal Giesler is meeting at the Harrington School at 6 p.m. in the Cal Giesler neighborhood. And actually, on Sunday the 15th, Future Leaders America is having their Reencuentro event, and I believe they'll be honoring a former council member, now supervisor, Vianney Lopez, at this event. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank Chuck Dennis for coming over and sharing about the Jazz Festival. I had the opportunity to be there, and it was several thousand people. It was really, really well put together, and thank all the folks that were there too. And just I'm going to thank the Shoe Match family. You know, I didn't have the opportunity to go there because of some other concerns that we had. But one of the things that I did share with some of my family members, the Alakoi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, what that meant, and talked about what was shared, I think, by Para, or I can't remember who it was, about the dolphins and how the dolphins really saved when the shoe match would canoe all the way to the islands, and some of the shoe match people were lost out in the ocean, and some of the elders went and ensured that the people that fell into the ocean were actually dolphins. So those dolphins then guided, the other shoe match people to the islands and back and forth. So when you see dolphins, that's Alakoi, correct? Yeah. So anyway, I shared that information with them, and they really loved it. He says, "That really, what a story, and that's a very appropriate name for the park. Thank you again for the Shumash and the indigenous people here in our area. 16,000 years is a long, long time. Thank you for that, and Councilman Perrello.
Thank you, Mayor. I made my notes and I didn't see this, and I apologize to the councilman going a second shot. I had the opportunity to attend an event at the library. It was a presentation somewhat about the Motown. A tremendous crowd. I would recommend in the future, the librarians helped, it was fantastic. But in the future, we videotape those things. The information that came out, the bands, the people that were involved in bringing big name entertainment that wasn't big name at the time to see how they were doing it in Oxnard and Ventura was tremendous. A very tremendous presentation, Mr. Buddy Gibson. Hopefully they're going to do another one, but in the future, this stuff's got to be, as the mayor, as the general manager, city manager says, if you don't remember your history, you have a problem. There's an opportunity for some real history here. The second, along the lines of changing the name of the park, there's always been a group or individuals that want to change the name of the city of Oxnard. I have an individual that's claims to be a former post office person, born and raised in the community. He's currently a realtor. He wants to change the name to Oxnard Shores. I told him I'd share the message, but I would not support the change of the name of Oxnard. I've said it publicly in the past. I'm not ashamed of the name, and I'm grateful to live in the community of Oxnard. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me go there.
Yeah, thank you. Any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Next item is item J, the review of the consent agenda items, and we have 7 items. Do we have any speakers on the consent before we continue? Thank you so much for Shumash.
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, council members, we have 7 items on the consent. Any
2, 3, and 6.
2, 3, and 6? So go ahead, 2, 3. Councilmember Perrello?
On item 2, it has to do with the grant that we're going to do to capture people that are taking advantage of selling alcohol to people underage. And I had an excellent opportunity and took advantage of it, and terrific response from the police chief. And my only question, because the chief answered all of the questions, absolutely satisfied. The only question I have is from the city attorney with respect to if we have individuals that are not employees for the city and they are involved with the Police Explorer and they are hurt in the process of doing this, what's the liability for the city of Oxnard? And I gave him a heads up, so I'm expecting he's aware.
So I too got a great answer from the chief on that. So
Okay.
The chief
We're very
confirmed.
lucky to have these people working for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, the chief confirmed that the explorers that are used in these operations are under the insurance policy of the Boy Scouts of America, and that they are also, they sign waivers to do this program.
I think that's the only question.
Thank you. Item 3.
On item 3, we have item 3 is a resolution commending a gentleman, an employee at the city of Oxnard, Timothy Kelly, 27 years of service for the city of Oxnard. I don't know Mr. Kelly, but in reading this, I see where he worked and what he did. But on the last paragraph of the staff report, it said, over his career, Commander Kelly has received numerous awards and commendations, including a Medal of Valor and the Chief's Award of Excellence. Now, I don't know what the Medal of Valor is, but I imagine it's not insignificant. And I think that when we're going to give recognition to a gentleman for the work that he's done for this community, and he's earned something like that, I'd like to learn what it's about. And the chief, I did tell him, and he explained it. I think the rest of the council and the public needs to know what this gentleman did to earn this and what he's done for our residents.
And Chief, and I had the opportunity to attend a barbecue for him, and there was probably 100-some people that were commending him. Chief, but go ahead and share some more information on Commander Kelly.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Commander Kelly's earning of the Peace Officer Association of Ventura County's Medal of Valor came from a July 2001 incident in which he and two other officers ran into a store where an armed robbery was in progress, and this person had been robbing other stores. And when they heard gunfire inside the stores, Officer Kelly and the two others went into the store to address the robbery which had occurred, which did end in a fatal officer-involved shooting. The award that's given by this association is actually for going above and beyond the call of duty in a situation where danger to life exists. The officer is aware that such danger exists, and any failure to act upon that by the officer would not result in any kind of censure. So basically, they were running into gunfire when this happened.
Thank you very much. And I didn't talk to the chief about this, but when he explained what it was involved and what the individuals and the other officers who were with him did, it brought to mind what happened in that school in Texas and the things that didn't happen. And so again, I'm really lucky to serve on this council and really lucky to live in the city with the people that serve the city.
Let me share something else too. I happened to be there, and Commander Kelly was a very modest individual, but he was also involved with canines, and he was, what was the name of the program he was in television for the canine? The Police Dog of the Year or something?
Yeah.
The Canine Foundation, I think is what it was.
He was Commander Kelly?
Yes.
I'm having a moment here.
Okay, that's okay. We'll go to the next one.
Okay.
But thank you, but he was really, really a great guy. Item number 6.
Number 6, some of the council members represent areas where they have CFDs and LMDs, extra fees to take care of the landscaping and the needs in the area. Some of these areas are set fees that have been continuous the entire time. Some are have cost of living increases. But one thing that is continuous, there are complaints with respect to the quality of work that's done. It's difficult for people to understand that when they may have purchased their home, when it was initially built or as a resale home, that there are obligations and requirements when they buy the home, what they're obligated to do, and how far you can stretch a dollar bill. If anybody's filled up a tank of gas lately, they know how far you can stretch a dollar bill. And I feel for people with motorhomes right now, really. Anyway, this neighborhood on their own, and I will bring it up, and I will bring it on my neighborhood, a neighborhood that Councilmember Gabe Turan also represents part of it on the east side of 8th Street. That neighborhood put our public works director, our city manager, our homeless coordinator, and everybody else that was involved in trying to serve that neighborhood through hell because they couldn't understand why their money didn't go as far as it did decades ago. This particular neighborhood took a different tact. They volunteered to give money to bring the services up to what they requested. And my hats are off to the Harbor Island neighborhood in the Channel Islands neighborhood area, but this particular neighborhood. And that's what I wanted to say. I don't know if Mr. Howlett wants to say any more, but he's shaking his head no. Fine. That's what I wanted to say. Because ladies and gentlemen, you can only stretch a dollar so much, and when you want more, you cut or you cut something, or you work harder to get something else, and sometimes you have to pay more. These people deserve a lot of credit. Thank you.
Where?
That's all.
It's for this right now. She just submitted it right now.
Oh, for this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to finish. They set a sterling example for every other CFD, LMD in the city of Oxnard. I hope people take a little time and read this staff report and see what they did.
Thank you. Before we, Pat Brown, you would like to speak on this item and for consent?
Many years ago, when I was a lot younger, so was everybody else, we had a group of people scattered about in a lot of different neighborhoods, especially in the downtown area. And we would get together with the police department at least once every couple of weeks, sometimes once a week. And we would go over the problems that were happening in our neighborhoods in regard to alcohol beverage. There were trees, so to speak, with all the stacks of the 6-packs and 12-packs and whatnot, and it'd be stacked up just inside the door of the stores, and people would steal the packs and run out with them. We found all kinds of bad stuff going on in the way of alcoholic beverage sales. And we brought it all to a member of the police department who took this whole project on. I think it got to be a little more than what he had expected, because as this interest grew in alcohol for young people on Oxnard Boulevard, mainly on Oxnard Boulevard, but some of the other places were around town as well. And we ended up really taking over. I mean, we stopped all of the extra alcohol beverage problems. We stopped it all just by being there, and the public knowing that we were going to be there and watch. And although we couldn't do anything, but we could take identifications, and we could just get a hold of the police as quickly as we possibly can before they would leave the premises. We did it so well that after, I would say it was maybe 5 years, 6 years, something like that, didn't have to do it anymore. All the bars on Oxnard Boulevard were becoming more straight-laced and taking care of themselves. And the alcoholic beverages being sold in the drugstores and all over town with these towers just inside the door, all of those went away. And collection of alcohol was back behind the counters. And you had to go up to the counter and tell them what you want, and they would get it for you. But first you have to show your ID and so forth. So anyway, nothing like that has happened since. I mean, it's been years and years and years.
Thank you, Pat.
We need this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers, either virtually or here?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we have Councilman Teran.
Mayor, if I could make just a quick comment on item 1.
Okay.
My apologies, I wasn't going to, or excuse me, item L2 for the ABC OTS grant. Hearing from Councilmember Perello and then our chief, and as well as Ms. Brown, I would just like to take the opportunity to remind folks that these grants are put out by the state of California for a reason. I'd like to remind folks that alcohol still kills people through poor judgment, bad decisions, lack of coordination, through collisions, but also has social impacts through alcohol use disorders, through folks who cannot stop even though they would like to, and continue to use even though it is causing problems directly or indirectly to their life. And so in preventing alcohol use by young people, there are a number of downstream issues that we will prevent later on in the criminal justice system, in our healthcare system, in insurance. And this type of work, I hope that folks, I've seen people call it anti-business. And I want to point out that when somebody opens an alcohol outlet, they agree to, when they receive their permit from the alcoholic beverage control, that they will follow certain rules that are specific to them. And when they get a use permit from the city they're in, they agree that they're going to follow these conditions. And one of those basics is that they will not sell to minors, and they won't sell to intoxicated people, and they'll do a number of other things. But to say that it's anti-business or it's targeting or entrapping retailers or people, members of the public, well, If I own a retail place and I sell alcohol and I'm following all the rules and my neighbor's not, he's getting a business advantage. If he gets caught doing that, that gives me an advantage, a business advantage, because I'm doing what I need to do. I don't have to worry about decoy operations. I don't have to worry about shoulder tap operations out front because I will discourage it. And so I just hope that folks understand the reasoning behind these grants for jurisdictions are to continue to observe and enforce the laws that are already in place, and that retailers agree to follow when they are granted the privilege of selling alcohol in a jurisdiction. So I appreciate what Ms. Brown brought up. A lot of my career has been based on that, and especially environmental prevention and looking at the way alcohol is promoted or placed within certain establishments. And so I just, thank you, Ms. Brown. That kind of triggered that memory and that thought for me. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
and
you.
I'll move the acceptance of the info consent agenda.
1 through 7?
1 through 7.
Okay, but first we need a second.
Second.
Second by Oscar Madrigal.
Second. Oh, who seconded? Never mind.
Oscar. Please vote. 1 through 7.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Our next item is M1. And this is, in this time and place for a public hearing on item M1. Subject is the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the construction and conversion of 1,419 square feet of existing ground floor tenant space in the donut/coffee shop Dunkin Donuts, and the conversion of one existing drive-through lane, including the reduction of on-site required parking located at 2151 East Gonzalez Road. The recommendation is the City Council conduct a public hearing, and 1, adopt an addendum to the mitigation negative declaration 01-09, and 2, or B, adopt a resolution denying the appeal, upholding the Planning Commission approval of the planning zoning permit number 22-550-001, major modification to the special use permit subject to certain findings and conditions. We start off with the city clerk certification, publication, and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vita newspaper on September 21st, 2023. The city clerk's office has received 4 written communications on this item that have been previously provided to the city council.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding the matter to state on the record? And members, can you summarize the contacts, if any?
I did not.
Council members? No?
No.
No?
No.
No?
None, Mayor.
None either, so. Thank you. Planning Supervisor Jay Dabrowski posted a video presentation regarding this item, and staff will make a short presentation and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take any public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearings have been closed. I'll turn this over to staff. Does staff have any presentations they'd like to make at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jay Dobrowolski, case planner for the item before you. Staff has prepared a pre-recorded presentation.
Jay, you want to come up to the podium?
Yeah, sure.
Can you speak into the microphone, Lisa?
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, son.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Staff has prepared a presentation that's pre-recorded on the website. So this is just a very brief summary of how this item came before the City Council. The Dunkin Donuts project includes the conversion of the interior portion of an existing credit union building into a coffee/donut shop that's known as Dunkin Donuts, with 1 drive-through lane, and includes a reduction of the number of required on-site parking spaces. To clarify, the request is not for a reduction in the number of existing parking spaces. The request is for the reduction in the number of required spaces, and the existing parking area will remain as is. In July, the Dunkin Donuts project was presented to the Planning Commission with a staff recommendation to approve the project. At that hearing, the Planning Commission expressed concerns related to the parking demand of the adjacent Medical Plaza property, the potential vehicle and pedestrian conflicts, and the drive-through queue management plan. The Commission made a motion of intent to deny the project and continued the item to the following month to take a formal vote on the resolution of denial. In August, the following month, the Planning Commission resumed the hearing for the Dunkin Donuts project. During the continued hearing, the Commission heard additional testimony from staff and the applicant in response to the concerns that were raised by the Commission during the July hearing. As a result, the majority of the Commission, which included 2 commissioners who were not present at the July hearing, indicated that they were in support of the proposed project. One commissioner who previously voted for the intent to deny the project was not present for the August meeting. The Commission made a motion to approve the project per staff's original recommendations from the July hearing. That motion carried by a vote of 5-1, with 1 commissioner absent. A few weeks later, within the prescribed appeal period, the decision of the Planning Commission was to approve the Dunkin Donuts was appealed to City Council. Since the Planning Commission approval, staff has received a few public comments related to the Dunkin Donuts project. Those letters have been forwarded to the City Council. In summary, as discussed in the staff report, and after review of the recent public comments, staff recommendation from the July Planning Commission hearing remains unchanged. And staff recommends that the City Council find there is no merit to the appellant's grounds of appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the project with specific conditions. Staff, the applicant team, and the appellant are here this evening for any questions.
Thank you, Jay. Any questions, Jay, at this time? Okay, if not, then the appellant from Palms Medical Plaza Owners Association has up to 15 minutes to present its appeal. Does the appellant wish to reserve any part of at this time? Who's the appellant? Do we have the appellant here today? You got 15 minutes to.
They're online.
Oh, they're online? Okay. Go ahead, you got 15 minutes, and also the appellant, do you wish to reserve any of your 15 minutes for rebuttal as we proceed with your presentation? Do you wish to reserve any other 15 minutes for?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now, yes.
Okay.
Do you wish to reserve any of your 15 minutes for rebuttal?
Yes, I will. My initial comments will be brief. I'll only take 5 minutes initially and reserve 30 minutes.
You want 5 minutes for rebuttal? Okay, thank you.
My name is Stuart Nielsen.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Stuart Nielsen. I'm the attorney for Palms Medical Plaza Owners Association, which is comprised of the owners of the adjacent Palm Medical Plaza building. I think the reasons and concerns underlying Palm's appeal in this matter have already been stated in the written communications that I submitted and that have been submitted by other representatives of Palm, so I'll keep my comments brief. And quickly reiterate the primary concerns, which is that due to the proximity of this project to the medical building and the shared access and parking lot between the 2 properties, this project is not compatible for this particular site. Because this property is located in the BRP zone, which is an industrial zone, commercial and retail uses are very limited and may be permitted only if they are primarily intended to serve the businesses and employees of the surrounding industrial businesses and properties. Further, because this project requires a special use permit, it requires an additional finding that the project will not adversely affect or be materially detrimental to adjacent uses or properties, or have detrimental public health, safety, or welfare impacts, Palms believes that such findings cannot be made in this case. Although the applicant has done a admirable job of painting this as a business that is just intended to serve the employees and staff and customers within the bank building and the surrounding properties, it's difficult to see how that can be the case. Dunkin Donuts is a very popular national franchise chain. This will be a franchise, I presume, of that chain, and presumably the applicant's business plan does not call for sales merely to the employees and staff and customers of the CBC building, but to a larger clientele throughout the city. And also the primary concern of the doctors and staff within the Palms Medical Building is that due to the shared access off of Outlet Center Drive and the traffic that will be generated by this business coming through the shared parking lot, there's significant public safety concerns due to the patients visiting the Palms Medical Building for treatment. As with any medical facility, those patients include many elderly individuals or people dealing with medical conditions that impact their mobility or attentiveness. And it just seems inappropriate to put a business that involves what will at times be a very busy drive-through service in this location. Thank you very much. I'm available to answer any questions and will reserve my time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. City Clerk will need to calculate the time of the presentation for the purposes of calculating the amount of time for the appellant's rebuttal. How much time is he going to have?
Mayor Zaragoza, the appellant has 12 minutes for rebuttal.
12 minutes?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is then thank you to the applicant, Daniel Bendar, on behalf of CBC Credit Union. He has up to 15 minutes to present his position. Applicant, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Yeah, and I'll start, and then it will go to Jim, who's online.
Okay.
But, yes, good evening. My name is Daniel Bednar. I serve as the Chief Strategy Officer at CBC Federal Credit Union. I'm leading this initiative in our collaboration with Dunkin. Firstly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the mayor, each council member, for considering this project. CBC originated in 1952 at Naval Base Port Hueneme, established by several government officials aiming to cater to the underserved and underbanked. Currently, we are a principally low-income credit union, the sole bank or credit union in Ventura County recognized as a certified community development financial institution. This emphasizes our commitment to aiding our low-income members with loans, guiding them towards financial stability. Our commitment to Oxnard is strong, and we are honored to be the only financial institution with our headquarters in this city. Given the evolution in banking and retail sectors, we've consistently modernized our services to remain competitive. To continue to serve a low-income population, this is especially critical. Our alliance with Dunkin illustrates our adaptability and dedication to offering distinctive services to our members. The Dunkin outlet is designed as a compact cafe within our branch as a shared space, occupying a minor portion of the overall building with the goal of enhancing our services for our members. Introducing a drive-through is essential for the project's financial viability. A recent survey among our members garnered significant positive feedback, showcasing collective enthusiasm for the initiative. This approach not only enriches our range of services, but also aligns perfectly with our community mission. We are deeply committed to fostering harmonious relationships with our neighbors, and we recognize that the appellant has specific concerns regarding our project. Our thorough investigations, bolstered by credible data and facts, have been meticulously reviewed and endorsed by city staff. Furthermore, these insights were subsequently approved by the Planning Commission. While the reservations of the appellant appear primarily grounded in personal opinions and not substantiated by any professional analysis, it's important to note that many of the issues they raise pertain solely to parking issues on their own property and are not the issues of parking on CBC's property. Moreover, I've heard of the crossing the street, and we haven't had any incident to date of that occurring. 95% of their parking occurs around the building and where you don't have to cross the street. So these stances aren't merely speculative. It's backed by a comprehensive parking study and the endorsement of pertinent city authorities. To conclude with emphasis, such innovative services empower us to serve those most in need to the degree which we currently achieve, as evidenced by our CDFI certification. We appreciate your support and encourage your thoughtful attention to the procedures governing this project. Thank you for your consideration and time, and now I'll send it over to Jim at at our design build for Momentum.
Okay. Jim, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council members, for your time. We did submit a presentation, a PowerPoint. Is that available so that we can supplement the thank you for that.
Yeah, there we go.
If you could, if this is an elevation of the interior, the proposed interior of the new branch, and you can see in the very back corner the Dunkin space, just so you have an idea of the amount of the building which would actually be dedicated to the Dunkin area. If you could move to card 4, please. Thank you. As part of the planned renovation of their headquarters, CBC and Momentum reached out to Oxnard Planning to see what would be involved, what would be needed. Following their positive response from planning staff, CBC committed to perform the due diligence required to see if this idea could work in Oxnard as well as it had in Camarillo. From the very beginning, Momentum and CBC worked with professional architects and traffic engineers to ensure that adding the Dunkin would work on this site as well. While the code required parking is more than the CBC site has available, Oxnard code also allows for alternate means of calculating the required parking when requesting relief. Associated Transportation engineers put together a parking study using the parking demand rates from the Institute of Traffic Engineers Parking Generation 5th edition. This is an accepted engineering reference tool which looks not just at the maximum parking demand for each occupant, but takes into account such demand ebbs and flows over the course of the day. For instance, traffic is heaviest for Dunkin early in the morning as people make their way to work. For the credit union, traffic is heaviest in the afternoon when people are making deposits and withdrawals at the end of their day. Because of this differing usage, Associated Transportation Engineers was able to show that at no point in the day would the available parking be insufficient. In fact, the study shows a reserve of 36 spaces on weekdays and 89 spaces on weekends, even after figuring in the estimated Dunkin parking. Over the course of the application and review process, we worked with city staff and Associated Transportation Engineers to address questions and comments about the study. During the process, ATE conducted empirical parking counts on a weekday and a weekend to support the study. These counts matched the theoretical parking rates noted in the study. City staff eventually asked about queuing. We supplemented our application with an access and queuing study for Dunkin Donuts performed by Linscott, Law, and Greenspan traffic and transportation and parking engineers. This study was done at 3 full-service Dunkin locations in Downey and Whittier and in Phoenix, Arizona. This study showed that the queue length at these 3 Dunkin restaurants was never longer than 7 cars and an average of 5. Our permit submittal was largely routine. We provided all requested documentation on the first submittal and followed up with additional documents as requested. Can you please go to card 5, please? One of the items that was brought up in the July 6th meeting, Planning Commission meeting, was pedestrian safety. The Palms Medical Plaza noted that there are shared parking stalls on CBC's eastern property border across the drive aisle from the Palms Medical Plaza front entry, and claims these stalls are used by, and I quote, elderly patients, individuals using walkers, or who are in wheelchairs. As seen on the accompanying slide, there are 6 stalls that fit this description. All ADA stalls available at the Palms Medical Plaza are adjacent to the building, near the various entrances, and there are 144 regular use parking stalls located on the Palms Medical Plaza side of the drive aisle. There should be no reason for mobility impaired clientele to be limited to the 6 stalls in question and have to cross the drive aisle. Additionally, there is no documented history of vehicular pedestrian accidents in this area. When a planning commission member suggested a signage solution to designate these shared parking stalls as employee parking, Attorney Nielsen stated that the Palms Medical Plaza would put no restrictions on these stalls. CBC FCU has no issues with signage at these stalls. Attorney Nielsen's letter also failed to identify the reciprocal parking agreement, which granted CBC shared access to a similar number of stalls on the Palms Medical Plaza's western property border. These locations are also identified on the accompanying slide. Next card, please. The second concern noted by the appellant is parking availability. The testimony offered by representatives from Palms Medical Plaza stated that there was very little available parking for their clientele. As the response letter from Associated Transportation Engineers states, the parking study did not address parking concerns around the Palms Medical Plaza because there is no overall shared parking agreement in place between the two properties. As such, while the Palms Medical Plaza may have parking availability issues, ATE's parking study demonstrated empirically that there is no current parking availability issue around the CBC building, and there is sufficient surplus to accommodate the addition of the Dunkin. Further, the empirical parking count done by Associated Transportation Engineers counted all cars that are parked on the CBC property. This would include any clients from the Palms Medical Plaza using the CBC parking stalls as default overflow parking, as there is no barrier stopping them from doing so. While that's the case, the study that was conducted by Associated Transportation Engineers still found that there was a surplus of parking available on the CBC property. And finally, as can be seen on this graphic on the card, there appear to be numerous parking stalls available at both CBC and the Palms. While this is by no means a professional parking study like the one performed on the CBC property, video and pictures taken in the past few weeks also show numerous parking stalls available at the Palms as well as on the CBC property, contrary to prior testimony. Next card, please. CBC's proposed drive-through modification meets all current Oxnard code requirements, and as demonstrated by the access and queuing study for Dunkin Donuts, the anticipated queue length should not exceed 7 cars. But planning staff requested that we also submit a queue management plan to address the potential for cars extending past the dedicated queue. We worked with the Dunkin franchisee to put together a plan that demonstrated the technology and protocols that would be used to address this potential issue. The proposed queuing plan is similar to many other plans which have been put in place by various restaurants and coffee shops. It has been demonstrated to work in other areas and should work here as well if needed. Furthermore, as part of the draft conditions of approval for this project, city staff included the requirement that the queuing plan be reviewed from time to time to make sure it was addressing any issues with obstruction of the drive aisle. As such, there is already a mechanism in place to address the situation if the provided queue and queue management plan prove insufficient. Thank you for your opportunity to present the reasons for pursuing this change to the drive-through at the CBC headquarters building and requesting relief from the code-required parking around the building. I hope we've addressed any concerns and demonstrated that this project is a good fit for the area. Please let us know if you have any questions about the project. We'd be happy to answer. We also have a representative from Associated Transportation Engineers on the line if you need a professional response to any of your questions, as well as myself and Colin Winters from Momentum and Daniel Bednar from CBC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bednar. Daniel, any additional information?
No additional information.
Thank you. Okay, now, thank you. Now I'm going to open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And any person who did not sign up or submit a card can do so now, and also can do it by joining us on the city website under oxnard.org/city meetings. Madam Clerk, do I have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have one public speaker so far for this public hearing, Ronald Orejo.
Ronald Orejo?
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question before the speaker. The gentleman asked if there were any of us that had a question. I do have a question. You named 3 cities where studies were done where Dunkin Donuts were any of these 3 sites adjacent medical facilities?
Is that for
I do
Jim?
not have-
Jim, go ahead, Jim.
I do not have that information in front of me. It's something that I could look into, but I wouldn't be able to answer that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Araujo?
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council members. My name is Ronald Arwejo. Although I am the chair of the Planning Commission, I'm speaking tonight on this matter in my personal capacity and not as chair of the Planning Commission or on behalf of the Planning Commission. I urge the City Council to disregard ground of appeal 2 in regards to this agenda item. The role of chair is to ensure that the processes and procedures of the Planning Commission are held so that it is comprehensible not just to the members of the Planning Commission, but to the greater public. In my opinion, as a member of an organization committed to facilitating efficient and democratic decision-making processes in meetings through the effective use of parliamentary procedure, the meeting did proceed with the full knowledge and understanding by the voting members that the vote during the project hearing held on July 6 was an, quote, intent to deny, end quote, pending a final vote on a mitigated negative declaration and a potential denial or approval of the planning and zoning permit number 22-550-01. Because the denial resolution was not available to be viewed and deliberated on in full and with the Planning Commission fully aware of the process, having dealt with items similarly decided upon in the past, the meeting was continued to the next available date, which occurred on August 3, 2023. On this later date, the Planning Commission continued the public hearing, did its due diligence in terms of deliberations, and a majority decided to approve the resolution as originally presented and recommended on July 6. Again, I respectfully request that the City Council disregard ground of appeal 2 in its entirety during its deliberation on this agenda item for the reasons previously stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So there's no additional speakers, then the appellant will now be given the opportunity to provide a rebuttal. The amount of rebuttal time to be equal to 15 minutes minus the time that the appellant spoke in the initial presentation. Madam Clerk, how much time does the appellant have to rebut?
Mayor Zaragoza, the appellant has 12 minutes for its rebuttal.
Does the applicant have any, do you want to proceed with any rebuttal?
Mr. Mayor, just briefly, a couple of comments that were raised. Regarding the availability of ADA stalls or parking issues on the Palms property, that all strikes me as very speculative. Palms was recently approved for a subdivision of its property into individually owned medical suites, condominiums. There was no parking issues with the property at that time. And just as a practical matter, although there may be 6 ADA parking spaces available on the property, one that may not be sufficient at all times to provide the necessary parking for ADA vehicles. And also a number of patients simply aren't going to park there. They're going to enter the property and look for the first available parking next to the entrance of the building, as is human nature. And second, respectfully, I still don't feel that the applicant has addressed the larger issue that this is a retail business that isn't really designed simply to serve the CBC building, but really intended to bring in customers from the community at large. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does the City Council have any questions on the testimony just provided? Do you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Giron.
Thank you. And are we allowed to ask questions of our staff on some of these items?
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I want to thank the appellant and the applicant. I feel these questions might be appropriate for staff as I was listening to both points made and making notes. The first question I have of our staff, just generally speaking, do we have any other examples in the city of Oxnard of chain businesses like a coffee shop or a fast food location co-locating inside of an existing business intended to serve the customers of that business and possibly the staff of that business?
Jay, or who's going to respond?
So we would, or Councilmember Tron, we would have some examples of Starbucks inside of various retailers. That would probably be the most common example inside of a Target or a Vons. This specific example, we don't have one readily available at this time.
No, that's fine. That answers my question. If we have some existing example of this type of business model of co-location of a food retailer or a chain retailer inside of an existing business that maybe doesn't sell food. All right. And maybe this is something that we might not have off the top of our heads, but I would imagine in the course of the planning process for this, in those example businesses I just mentioned or that we just talked about, have we had any reported issues from the co-location of these types of businesses? Parking, conflicts, issues with surrounding businesses because of someone going into another business to buy Starbucks?
Councilmember Tron, at this time, we have not had anybody raise those issues to the planning department, so we do not have any past issues with this.
Okay, thank you. And along those lines, my next question, do we have examples of a drive-through co-locating in a parking lot where there are potential conflicts of queued cars with pedestrians?
In a business park, not likely, but we do have various drive-throughs that are located within existing shopping centers, whether it's the shopping at the Rose or we have some new drive-throughs going up at the Landing. And so we do have examples of drive-throughs within existing shopping centers throughout the city. And again, they tend to work.
Thank you. And that was along the lines of my next thought on that is, I would imagine it's not an impossibility that there could be a collision between a pedestrian and a queued vehicle. I would imagine cars that are queued up are either going 0 miles per hour or are inching their way through a drive-through. Do we have any data that around collisions between pedestrians and queued cars in a drive-through?
And Councilmember Tron, unfortunately, we don't have that information. Again, it would be very similar to any existing shopping center where you're going to have individuals walking through a parking lot. Again, at this location, there are 2 existing drive-throughs. So again, you have people who are already going through those drive-throughs for the bank. So this is, while it's changing to the Dunkin Donuts, essentially the function of the site will remain as currently is.
Thank you. That was my next question too, was the existing drive-through, if we've had any reported issues or conflicts with queued vehicles and pedestrians in the parking lot. And it sounds like the answer is no.
No, that has not come up as an issue through this process.
Okay. And, you know, I've listened to both sides of this item and reviewed the staff report, and I went back and watched both planning commission meetings. And, you know, I appreciate the answers to these questions. The thing that sticks out to me that we'll talk about in deliberation is just around what's existing and what's proposed and what similar models have been used throughout the city and other cities in situations like this. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councilman Perillo. Any questions regarding the testimony provided?
Yes. One thing seems to be an issue. Apparently, the claim is that this facility will serve the people that work in the building, that the facility will go in. If we find that that may be disingenuous, do we have options? I mean, how do we hold our feet to the fire if they have claimed that this is going to serve the people in the building?
Ken?
If I could respond to that. As raised in the appellant's letter, they say that this business would serve an area beyond that within the building. If you look at the letter, this is the letter dated October 2nd, 2023. They cite Oxnard City Code Section 16-171, saying the project is intended to primarily serve the businesses and employees of the adjacent industrial area. They are looking at this too narrowly. If you look on page 181 of your staff report, 181 and 182, it shows where the BRP zone is located, and it goes well beyond this property. So it would be appropriate for the council to find that this project is intended to primarily serve the businesses and employees of adjacent industrial areas, and it serves a much broader area. If you look on, once again, page 181 and 182, you see the breadth of the BRP zone. So this is not just serving the credit union building or the medical plaza, but this area which has a number of residents and employees. So that provides a broader spectrum that would be in compliance with our code.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. Thank Mr. Rosell. Thank you.
Thank you. The question I have for staff is, we received a letter that apparently, potentially, that might be a conflict with the motorists, or the people driving in, with the elderly folks that are reporting to the medical center, where they're frail individuals, people that have to be in walkers, people that have won't have the opportunity to actually walk safely from point A to point B. Do we have any concerns with that? With the, can somebody share any information? Will there be a conflict potentially with the vehicles and the patients reporting them?
And so, Mayor Zaragoza, as it relates to that issue, staff does not have any concerns with that. As we look at the building to the north, they do have parking that is around their building that would allow for most visitors visiting their property to go directly into the building. They have a variety of spaces right at that front entrance, which, as the applicant mentioned earlier, includes ADA stalls. So we believe that there's sufficient parking on the adjacent site that would allow customers or visitors to that medical plaza to park on their property and not have to cross the main drive aisle or come into conflict.
So are they going to have handicap, actually items so the handicap can follow those particular guidelines to the medical center?
So yes, if you look at the map on page 183, the primary entrance on that east side, as you enter directly into the site, there are ADA stalls that are directly
the ADA stalls, yes. Right.
Yeah, that are directly in front of the building and would be visible from anyone entering in that shared driveway.
So the ADA stalls are going to be there before the cars or closer to the building?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Okay, any additional questions? If not, then go ahead, Councilor Perla.
I don't believe this was necessary for a disclosure or anything in before, but I drove to the site and I see a building that has a sign that says Grossman Imaging Center, and it looks like it's the same building that is the credit union. Is the Grossman Imaging Center ongoing business at that site? This is separate from the Palms building.
Are you referring to the, Councilman Perello, are you referring to the CBC building?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, the CDC building.
So there may be other tenants in that building. I would potentially defer to the applicant to talk about if there's other tenants and how much space those other tenants are taking up.
Okay, and do we know if those other tenants in that building are complaining for some of the same reasons as the complaint?
Jay.
Yes, Councilman Perello. The CBC Federal Credit Union building, it has the credit union on the bottom floor and then offices and medical offices on the top floor. For a further breakdown, I defer to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So then at this time, I will close the public hearing.
Thank you. Just one last quick question. In the item ahead of us here that went through the Planning Commission already, just for clarification. The special use permit is specific to the drive-through, is that correct?
Yes, Councilman Tehran. The drive-through use is what requires a special use permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the public hearing has been closed. Any additional deliberation in this item, council members? Okay, go ahead. Councilman.
Thank you,
Mayor Pro
Mr.
Tem.
Mayor. You can call me whatever, it's okay. I happen to have one of my medical doctors in that two-story building to the north side of this site. And so I'm there probably more regularly than I would like to be, but until I get a couple of new knees, it is what it is. I've never had an issue finding parking there. Adjacent to the building, there's plenty of handicap parking, but I don't have a handicap placard, so I'm not willing to risk a $250 ticket for parking in a spot where I don't have a placard for. Getting in and out of the building has never been an issue for me, and my doctor, when I am there, he's never made any comment about this to me, so I had no idea it was even we're even going to be hearing this tonight. I guess my point is that, I'm a little bit older, I move a little bit slower, and I walk with a cane to chase off rabbits if they get in my way. But I don't have any trouble getting into that two-story building to the north of the applicant's site. I don't see this as having a significant impact, to be perfectly honest. Those are just the observations of a layperson. I'm not a traffic engineer or, a land use person or anything else, but I'm just not seeing any support for the appeal at this point.
Thank you. Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again to the appellant and to the applicant for coming out tonight and for going through this process. And I also want to thank our chair of the Planning Commission for coming out as well. I know he spoke as an individual, but I do want to thank him for his service to our community and for making the points he did regarding grounds for appeal 2. I'll just start with that real quickly. I just happen to know that our chair of the Planning Commission is a registered parliamentarian and incredibly experienced at parliamentary procedure. And I find it hard to believe that he would allow something to get by him on through a technicality or through those procedures. And folks don't know, but in my desk right here, I have the cheat sheet for the parliamentary procedures, and he has it all up here. So I imagine that anything that was procedural as on either of those meetings was, I'm sure, taken incredibly serious by him and done to what is the standard for Robert's Rules of Order and the procedures of our Planning Commission. Just a couple quick comments regarding the queuing of the vehicles outside and potential conflicts with medical patients. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem McDonald's input, being there on his own and seeing it with his own eyes on a very regular basis. It sounds like parking in practice is not something that is not in short supply, especially if it's somebody like our Mayor Pro Tem, who has admittedly a very strong person, strong-willed, and I appreciate him being here. And I know that, as he mentioned, his physical abilities are different than they were a couple years ago. But even if he's able to find parking, not directly in front, but still be able to find parking regardless and get there without issue, I think that that's a great testament. So thank you for that information. Thus far, there's an existing drive-through, and it sounds like folks have navigated it well enough without issue or conflicts. I can't imagine that changing much. I did a quick Google overview, Google Maps, and the Starbucks at Shopping at the Rose, the one that's in the parking lot, not the one that's inside the Vons, that one, it looks like the queue overflows at 10 cars and the 11th car goes out into the parking lot. It sounded like from the applicant that they would have 7 cars on average, 8 cars would be the max. And I just can't imagine the Dunkin Donuts completely going off the chain and becoming this madness of a queue wrapping around the building several times, or people having to cross in front of cars that are sitting and potentially getting injured from them. So I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I don't foresee that being an issue or a grounds for supporting this. Lastly, for this special use permit for the drive-through, just as I said with other items that have come through to us, where a drive-through and a special use permit is part of it, we will monitor it. If it becomes a problem, then we'll work with our planning and our community development staff to address it. If it's still a problem, then we'll revisit the special use permit. Seems simple enough to me. I appreciate, again, folks coming out and putting their time into this, and I will hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Gah.
Thank you. I've actually also have visited the medical center right above north of that. Happen to visit it every so often, but knowing the area, knowing the Palms, since it is in my district, seeing, and I frequent the pizza place at the Palms that people should go to, but it's pretty empty. Knowing the area, seeing what Dunkin Donuts has done in Camarillo, visited during the pandemic simply for the coffee and the sandwiches, because I guess they have a good deal. Not the donuts. The donuts are terrible. They're horrible. And that's like, you know, I love donuts, but I'm not eating that. But I really don't see them, you know, people coming across, yes, the coffee, yes, the sandwiches, whatever the deal is now due to inflation, but I don't see them, you know, getting 10 cars on the drive-through lane. They're going to have, you know, a niche. Most of the people are going to order on the app, park, and pick up their coffee or their food. So I don't see this, you know, being an issue. Actually, just looking at this, I think the 7-Eleven is a bigger issue than the Dunkin Donuts is going to be. 7-Eleven has, looking at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parking spots. And people, when the lottery is high, when they have specials, there's no parking. People are just crammed all the way through there, simply driven through there, gone there. And I know that's a bigger problem than probably anything that will be created on the right across the street. People love their coffee. So I know that, you know, the local people who work there, might live there, are going to walk or, you know, take that short little walk during their break to go get their coffee. So it is going to serve that type of population. And yes, you know, as with anything in Oxnard, to be if, you know, this is approved, it'll be the first Dunkin Donuts. So I'm sure it'll be busy, you know, first couple of months from everybody that wants to go. But ultimately, I think their niche is going to be the local businesses or the local people who work around the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I love the donut comment. So, a lot of people don't know this, but my husband had a very traumatic accident about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. So, and our family doctor is actually in this building at the Island Imaging. So I've been spending a lot of time there. I have to say, there's really, like Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem McDonald said, I haven't had issues with parking. I have been able, though, to find another way onto Gonzales through the back way, through the bank building, which I did not know existed. So you don't have to go out through Solar there. But I really don't see a problem with this. Dunkin Donuts is a, you know, go in, go out. I don't really see people, I mean, not like your local Starbucks. So I really don't see a problem with the parking or it being a nuisance to the community at all. And those are my comments.
Thank you. So at this time, council members, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, Councilmember Perrello, before we continue.
Yeah. I really respect our planning staff and the people that work for the city of Oxnard that did the work on this. I also respect the people that are bringing a challenge. I look at it a little bit differently, and it may be that I'm fighting my own conscience on this. I had an opportunity to visit Jack Villa in Community Memorial Hospital when he got nailed. Had nothing to do with this issue. But the way in the area to find a parked car was by 99-cent store. Okay, I'm ambulatory, I'm very fortunate, but I saw people that were not able to get parking, and I saw what happens when they are in the street and people get a little bit impatient. When they are in the parking lot and people get impatient. I recently, at the Alacoy renaming, was working with a member of the Planning Commission crossing the street. We almost got hit twice, two people going right through the crosswalks. We're in the street. And I have been taking somebody to medical facilities, and I've had to go myself within the last month. And I do notice people that are in walkers don't walk at the same speed. I'm concerned about the extra traffic that will be generated and the development that is going due north of that, and the people that will, as our society is hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, instead of making a cup of coffee at home, they'll jump in the car, go to this place, pick up a cup of coffee, and hit the road. Now, at that time when you're going to work, there are probably not a lot of people with walkers going into the medical facility. But I have seen, because I'm much more aware of it, what I think are near misses, even myself driving. I do have a problem with this one. I do have a problem with this one. Not with the staff and not with the work that's been done. And in fair disclosure, before I loaned money to someone, I used to park money in that facility. It's a great facility. The background and the information the guy gave when it started and how it was done, fantastic facility. But on this particular item, I have a problem.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Matsua, second by Arthur Valenzuela. Moving to approve staff's recommendation. Right. To deny the appeal.
So that would be
To
to
deny the
adopt an addendum to the mitigated negative declaration and
Right.
adopt a resolution denying the
To
appeal
deny.
and upholding the planning commission's approval.
Right, thank you. Okay, so please vote.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Our next item is, this is time and place for a public hearing on item M2. Subject, Planning and Zoning PZ number 23-580-02. Zoning text amendment to the existing regulations of commercial cannabis manufacturing, distribution, testing, and retail dispensaries, and the creation of indoor commercial cannabis cultivation regulations. Recommendations of City Council: 1, conduct a public hearing to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 11 and 16 of the City Code. And B, determine the City Council wishes to include the Trabajo Drive area and Camino Real Business Park specific plan for indoor cannabis cultivation, and originally depicted as 2018 cannabis cultivation map presented to the City Council. C, if the City Council does not wish to include the Trabajo Drive area and Camino Business Park specific area for indoor cannabis cultivation, approve the introduction and first reading by title only to waive further readings of the ordinance title. An ordinance amending the City Council Code Chapter 1116 pertaining to commercial cannabis activity, zoning tax amendment, and incorporate commercial cannabis cultivation, and an amendment to the City Code Chapter 11 and 16 to allow up to 5 indoor commercial cannabis cultivators in 6 identified areas of the city. D, to alternatively, the city council does wish to include Trabajo Drive area and Camino Real Business Park specific plan area for indoor cultivation. Approve the introduction of the first reading by title only and waive. Okay, let me see. Further reading of the following ordinance with the direction that Trabajo Drive area and Camino Real Business Specific Plan area be included within the area in which conditions is allowed. An ordinance amending the Oxnard City Code Chapters 11 and 16 pertaining to commercial cannabis activity, zoning text amendment, and incorporate the commercial cannabis cultivation, section 16-163, an amendment to the OCC Chapter 11 and 16 to allow up to 5 indoor commercial cannabis cultivators in 8 identified areas of the city. This hearing was continued from the September 19 City Council meeting. We start with the city clerk's certification and publications and in-written communications. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on September 7, 2023. The city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or any other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? Members, summarize ex parte contacts you made and any disclosures.
Bert Parolo, none.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There is one applicant currently in the process in that area for manufacturing and retail distribution, and also corporate offices on the second floor of the building they're going to occupy. And we've had extensive discussions about that part of their application, but there's never been any mention of cultivation or growing within this facility. So I don't know if they're interested in doing that or not. But I have worked with their team very closely. We're very close to getting a temporary certificate of occupancy in that facility, but to my knowledge, it has nothing to do with cultivation.
Or either. Council members? No? Okay. So members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and any person that did not sign up can do so now by submitting a speaker card or following instructions posted on the agenda of this meeting with the city's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. Management analyst Matt Simpkins posted a video presentation regarding this item, and staff is available to answer any brief questions by council members that may have before we take any public testimony on this item. Do any council members will deliberate or like any questions asked at this time? If not, we'll continue on this item. No, done? Okay, now I'm going to open the public testimony portion of this hearing, and speakers have up to 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no public speakers so far for this public hearing.
Okay, if not, I'm closing the public hearing. And do any council members have any comments at this time to share with us? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve the recommended item. None? Do we motion?
I move to approve the staff recommendation.
Motion by Arthur Valenzuela Zabala.
Mr. Mayor, there needs to be a choice if you're going to include the Trabajo and the Camino de Real specific plan area or not. So it would be make that determination and then approve the ordinance. So there's option C or D in your recommendation.
And Ken, within that, can you explain which one is staff's recommendation?
Can we take on staff recommendations and use that as a...
Council, Mayor, council members, the staff recommendation is to go with alternative D. So the action would be to conduct the public hearing and then to go forward with inclusion of Trabajo area and Camino Real.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, move to approve option B.
Option, okay, and second?
D, Councilmember D is
Sorry,
in dog.
I had born a
Delta.
dog.
Thank you.
Dog.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Madrigal.
And just to be positive, we're approving the inclusion of this area for cultivation if desired.
The whole, exactly right.
Mayor, council members, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Indoor cultivation.
Can they reread what we're going to vote on?
Yeah, please read it.
Okay. This would be an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending the Oxnard City Code, Chapters 11 and 16 pertaining to commercial cannabis activity, zoning text amendment, PZ number 23-580-02, and incorporate commercial cannabis cultivation, Section 16-163, and an amendment to OCC Chapters 11 and 16 to allow up to 5 indoor commercial cannabis cultivators in 8 identified areas of the city.
Councilor Valenzuela, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Question.
Yeah, we,
In the staff report, it says in 6, so because we're adding. Microphone?
yeah.
My apologies. In the staff report, it says in 6 identified areas. Because we're adding the 2, Trabajo and Camino Real, now it's 8?
Right.
Yeah, that is correct, Councilmember.
Okay. Just
Before-
want to make that everybody understands.
Before we take a second, Councilman Turan.
Thank you. Just so we can state it for the record, are any of these proposed 8 areas within proximity to sensitive uses?
The areas were established in 2018, and prior to a use going into those areas, we would be determining if there is a sensitive use. And if there was, the use would not be permitted.
Thank you very much.
Who had the second? Oscar Madrigal, second by Oscar Madrigal. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is N1. This is the Finance Department. Recommendation to acquire and implement budget software. The City Council, recommendation that the City Council, approve and authorizes the city manager to execute a 5-year agreement with OpenGov Incorporated and OpenGov budgeting and planning software, as well as OpenGov reporting and transparency software for not to exceed an amount of $771,493, and when approve a budget appropriation of $60,110 for the fiscal year 23-24 for information technology fund from the available fund balance. And this item was approved by the Finance Committee 3-0 on September 26. And again, this is it was a pre-recorded item per Measure M. And we do have our CFO, Mr. Lazaro. Any questions on this item? Council members? Council Perrella? Oh, I'm sorry. Perrella, go ahead. Turan?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know we had this at Finance and Governance, and I was just hoping to request for the benefit of the public and my colleagues here, if we can just get a quick summary of what we're looking at here and how this relates to next steps for our ERP process as we go through that implementation.
Of course. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, CFO. And as part of the first, a summary of what we're trying to do today is basically just supplement the efforts on the ERP. The ERP that the city is implementing with Tyler Muniz is doing multiple things for the city. One of them is support all the financial transactions for the city, and that has already been implemented and includes our purchasing, or accounts payable, accounts receivable, project management, fixed assets, and all that is, the ERP is doing all that through an electronic workflow that is adding budget controls to make sure that all the transactions are compared towards the budget for each department, to make sure that no department is going over their allocated budget. In addition to that, the ERP is going to be supporting our payroll process or human capital management. The ERP is also going to be supporting our utility billing for all the bills that we send to the citizens in Oxnard that are using
or water, wastewater, and waste collection. In addition to that, the ERP also is going to be supporting the maintenance of all the assets of the city, and supporting and making sure that they're properly maintained and tracked properly. And also is going to be supporting our community development, to all the billing for licenses and things like that. So that's all what the ERP is going to be doing, and it's going to still take us some time to get all those things ready. So in implementing the financial portion of the ERP, one of the things that was discovered by the staff is that the solution for the ERP is not the most effective to support the budget process and multi-year forecasting. And the recommendation that we're bringing today to the City Council is to bring that tool that is going to help the city to have a more effective, collaborative, and transparent budget process, and also to create a foundation for long-term financial planning for the city.
And my understanding, this reporting transparency software has been used by other cities too. Can you remember how many cities you are using this system now?
That's correct. So during this process, where we interviewed some of the references that are using this software, we have a neighbor, Santa Barbara, is using it. Victorville, in the Bay Area, the city of Oakland is using Open Golf as well. Yorba Linda. So there's a number of cities that they're using this software.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to go back to Councilmember Turan's question, because I think there's a really critical point here that maybe we weren't so crystal clear about in the staff report. Going through this ERP process, this is not a simple software implementation. It's an incredibly complex software implementation that's going to take something like 5 to 7 years. I've been on the project since 2019 when I started in this position. And even just looking at core financials, how it unraveled, it took us 2.5 years to implement just that module. And it had so many complexities, so many moving pieces. And as we go through this, and as we go through each module, we, the staff, learn more and more about what the system is capable of doing. And then our implementation partners learn more and more about what our needs are. All of this couldn't have been figured out ahead of time. It's something that you go through a process of. So for example, right now in the last 3 modules, we're going through the discovery process. That's like a 6 to 9 month process of just learning, pre-implementation, just learning more about their software and them learning more about our needs. I say all this because it's really important to understand this was not a staff screw up or some other mistake that happened. When we bought the ERP system, we bought a very large system, and now as we go through the implementation, we have to tailor that and supplement that and add on other pieces that make sense. And that's exactly what we're doing here.
To the ERP.
Correct. So the ERP, as Javier explained, is a very large system that is serving us on a lot of capacities and is going to serve us even better as we roll through all these implementations. But there will be pieces that won't connect properly, pieces that we find better alternatives to, and we could grind our heels and say, no, but that's what we bought, we're stuck with it, or we can keep trying to improve. And so that's what the finance staff is bringing to you tonight.
And before we go to, you still can, I'm sorry. Well, okay, go ahead. I just want to show real quick, this is a phased approach, and I think you mentioned it's going to take years to get from point A to point B, because we have a lot of antiquated programming and planning and budgeting and so forth. And this is going to give us the opportunity to make sure where we're at in our budget and be more transparent too, which I think is important. Turan, before we go to Perella.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Ms. Klima. That's exactly correct, and I appreciated that context at the Finance and Governance Committee as well. I don't know if my analogy's close enough, but in my head, I feel like with the ERP system, it's similar to for fire, police, when they buy a chassis of a vehicle. You have the chassis, and you can put a cab and things on it, but then you could start with the same chassis for fire and the same chassis for police. But at the end of the day, from these different vendors who do these different upfittings, you'll have different vehicles that have different missions and do different things. And I think that we could have our ERP system that, is for everybody in the city, but finance is going to have particular needs that Public Works is not going to have, and Public Works will have different needs than, recreation and HR will have. And so as we get to the more granular part of this, we see what the upfitting or what the specific needs are to supplement that system that we have. But it is the backbone, and we need to make sure whatever supplements we use to put in place and implement, those complement it, and they speak to each other, and they seamlessly work together versus what we have now, which is antiquated which is antiquated and customized beyond Frankenstein belief. And so I just appreciate the context for the public that this is not an unforeseen circumstance. This is the next step in this process for finance, at least. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time on that, Mayor.
Councilman Perillo.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments and the answers and the responses. I want to thank the Finance Department, the gentleman, the head of the Finance Department, and the two assistants sitting at the table. Thank you very much for the other day when you gave me a little bit of schooling along with the mayor. I think that something that comes out of this, ladies and gentlemen, is we have a new system. It's expensive, and it's working, and we're finding out what it can do. And we're also finding out what maybe if something else was tweaked, we can do more. And it's very similar to a recent football game. Somebody got hurt. They threw a freshman in, and this guy turned out to be a firecracker, scored touchdown after touchdown. And the coach made a comment. He said, well, we're going to have to learn what else this guy's capable of doing. And that's what I look at this. Nothing is cheap in this world, but the benefits of time and the efficiency that will be increased and allow you to look into other things, as you explained, I hope you can add that to the council, because I don't know if they all heard that in the presentation you gave me. And I appreciate the fact that you did give it to me, but the extra goodies, not buying, but the extra goodies that we can produce with this equipment to benefit us, can you share some of that, please?
Yeah,
Either you or Ms. Klima.
Klima.
No, of course, and thank you for bringing that tonight. The example that we were sharing in that presentation is with the new budget software, we're going to have more time to do analysis. We're going to have more time to look at the numbers rather than manipulating the numbers to generate the final report. And what that's going to do is going to allow us to identify when we can reallocate resources during the fiscal year. We won't have to wait until the end of the fiscal year to see if that department was over budget or under budget. Through the fiscal year, we're going to be able to realize and ask the proper questions to the department. And basically, we're going to see if a department that is not spending everything that was in the budget, we're going to ask them, are you still planning to spend this? And based on that result, we can reallocate and those resources that are not going to be spent in that department to other departments that are finding that their services that they're providing to the community need more resources within that same fiscal year. So that's going to allow the city to react and adapt faster and quicker to meet the needs for the community.
And that's going to help the department manage their budgets more efficiently to serve the community, which is extremely important. Yeah. Councilman Perillo?
City Manager, if you could just weigh in here. Why would we buy this piece of equipment? And I believe I'm supporting this. But in your opinion, as City Manager, coming from where you do, background, experience, why would you do this? Because there are some in the community going, wait a minute, what are we doing? And I'd like to hear you weigh in on this. Not that I'm not happy with the answers that I've gotten.
Ultimately, because I have confidence in what our staff is setting up through me to the council, and we wouldn't do this if we didn't need it and if we didn't believe that it would be make us more productive and do our work better. We don't take these decisions or choices lightly. This is something that is essential, and it's
It's a tool.
Yeah, it's a tool. It's kind of like, we no longer question the basic tools that public safety needs.
That's right.
Right? So when it comes to an area of the bureaucracy that doesn't get a lot of public attention and a lot of day-to-day airtime, it can seem perplexing, but it's simply the basic tools that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sewell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Perrello. I actually also had some of those concerns, but understanding what an ERP system is it's really the foundation of any agency, but just like Ms. Klima said, it doesn't fit every organization, and there needs to be little tweaks here and there. My main concern when this was brought up was the ability for Tyler Muniz to be able to talk to this new system in order to have everything within one house. And they were able to do that, and I am comfortable enough that they understand what they need in order to do their jobs better and to be able to give us more transparency. So I'm going to go ahead and I will motion to support this item.
Okay, before we, do you have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, we got a first by Basul, but before we get a second, I want to thank you, Mr. Lazaro and Klima, for excellent presentation. When you spoke to me, it was really eye-opening. It really helped a lot. You want to share anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, just one more sort of broad observation, because I think for some folks observing this, it seems like it doesn't make sense, or perhaps it's counterintuitive, but I'll put it this way, if we were building an entire city organization from scratch, and we have no history, we have no existing accounts, we have no existing finances, we don't have, records and records and records, perhaps Tyler Muniz might be sufficient. But the case here, as with a lot of cities that make these large transitions with their ERPs, is it needs to adapt to what's here, what has been in progress for how many decades. So that's where the fit. It isn't because. It isn't only because our staff have a different opinion of how to do things from other cities. It's simply we have an established system. We need to improve it. And there's no off-the-shelf software, regardless of the cost or the quality of it, that is going to be perfect for us because we are already in motion. So that's why these things are necessary. Thank you.
And OpenGov has been proven with other cities, which I think is extremely, they have the experience, so.
Mayor, I will also add, we are a complex organization relative to other municipalities. We have utilities that have unique needs. We have special districts that have unique needs. We have a housing authority. We have a public safety whose payroll and timekeeping is incredibly complex. So there's a lot of agencies that have a more simple task at hand.
Let me summarize, we're a full-service city.
Correct.
Full-service city compared to a contract city. And thank you so much. So we have first by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Perrello. Please vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is Public Works. Department of Public Works Agreement number 324000153 with Toro Enterprise Incorporated for the Arterial Street Resurfacing, Wanemi Road Improvement Project Specification PW 23-111. Recommendation, City Council approve and authorize a total of $2,745,575.80 in project funds for the arterial resurfacing of Wanemi Road Street Improvement Project Specification PW 23-111. Two, that the mayor to execute an agreement with Toro Enterprise Incorporated for the amount of $2,287,978.80 for the project. And three, for the project contingency amount of $228,798, 10% with Toro Enterprise Incorporated, for a total not to exceed the value of $228,798 for the project. And four, a project allocation amount of $228,798, 10% for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management, EISPM, for the project. And five, a project appropriation transfer of funds of $975,066 from Ormond Beach Neighborhood Street Resurfacing Project C2109 for Arterial Street Resurfacing Project C2205 within the TAB Hero Fund 315. And this item did not originate in committee, and this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city capital improvement project budget, which was previously approved by the city council. And this was a measure and pre-recorded presentation. And we have Mr. Michael Wolf for any additional questions.
Mr. Mayor, since we learned the Public Works theme song tonight, I'm going to play Mr. Wolf on.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was being prepared for the alert that's coming out tomorrow.
All right, I think if we play any more, we'll have to pay for the song, so.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Just a couple quick questions about this item. I do appreciate, I think last time we had an item about repaving, you gave us a quick 2-minute explanation about micro resurfacing. Thank you for that. And I'll encourage folks to go take a look at that video. It is actually pretty educational for a 2-minute explanation. For this item, I'm hoping that you can just highlight a little bit about the history of this, approximately how far this discussion goes back for this particular paving, and what delayed it to where we are now.
Sure, good evening. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works and Ghostbuster lover. So this project's been on the books since I've been here, so almost 2 years. In fact, tomorrow will be my 2-year point. And as we talked about before, when we plan and design projects, they take multiple years. So I can imagine before I got here, this was a project that was being planned. Fortunately, the staff that's actually here to support me today have been here less than me in terms of time, so I can't go back into history. I did notice in the staff report, there was contemplation of this project in late 2021 when we were doing other utility projects in the area. And your second part of your question is kind of how that got pushed to today, if you will. So when we were doing utility projects in that same vicinity, does it make sense for us to have multiple construction projects at the same time? Those utility projects are obviously well, not obviously, but they're underground utility projects, and so we want to do those first before we go pave on top after that. So there was contemplation. Prior staff members brought this to the council's attention and said, hey, it'd be best if we kind of waited on this project until those were finished. The funding will sit in a project when necessary, and now it's necessary, or at least recommended to spend that money in this area.
Can I share something with you? That HERO project funding has been there for a long, long time. I mean, a long time. So just to share that. I mean, remember the HERO project started all the way from the Esplanade, all the way down Ventura Road to Willie Road, and all the way down to Ormond, which is 200 years ago.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wolf. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to give context for the public record on how and why this is coming before us now. It has nothing to do with 2024 being an election year. This has been on the capital improvement program for some time as part of the resurfacing, and its time has now come, and it's before us tonight for the recommended items. So thank you for that history.
So, Madam Clerk, we do have a speaker on this item, right? I think it's Mr. Diego Martinez.
We have a public speaker on this item virtually, but I don't think it's Diego Martinez. It's,
According to my records here, it says,
yeah, but this one is a different phone number.
okay,
I
let's
don't
go
think
ahead.
Diego is available right now. Do you want to take the caller with phone number ending in 1890?
Let's go and do that, yes.
Caller with phone number ending in 1890, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, is he muted or is he on?
Yes, this is Shirley Godwin. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Shirley.
Yes, this is Shirley Godwin. Most of you know, longtime resident South Oxnard, 61 years. My concern with this project is the funding sources. Over the years, I'm very aware that the Port of Hueneme contributes quite a bit of money to the city of Hueneme, a certain amount per vehicle that leaves the port, and I think other funding as well. As far as I know, the city of Oxnard is not getting any kind of funding from the port for things like wear and tear on the roads, the roadways that leave the port. Being a South Oxnard resident, going down to Ormond Beach frequently, crossing Hueneme Road, most of the traffic is coming from the port. The trucks, the cars, the wear and tear on the road. Seems like Oxnard should be getting money from the port to handle this wear and tear. We frequently go down Octurus. We're probably the only passenger vehicle, sightseer or whatever you want to say, going down Octurus. We take a loop around there, look beyond the queen out toward the beach and the power plant, and it's heavy trucks, lots of cars. We saw the paving project there many, many months long. Beautiful job. Totally redid the roadway, all the curbs and gutters. I assume that this is all coming from funding, some funding within the city of Oxnard. I think it's time that the city of Oxnard work out financial arrangement with the Port of Hueneme. Obviously, they're planning a lot of expansion, more than just the 34 acres. We know the plan for their multimodal center out Hueneme Road on 250 acres. We're way past due in getting a share, like the city of Hueneme does, to do things like pave Hueneme Road. And I'm very disappointed about what's happened with the Ormond Beach redevelopment money and Hero. A lot of things were promised for South Oxnard and Ormond, but the Ormond redevelopment money was sort of a slush fund, paid administrative costs for the rest of the city. Because of loopholes in redevelopment, money got to be transferred from Ormond redevelopment downtown to pay for the Ruby's building.
30 seconds.
Pay for the theater. Even Hero. We were supposed to have all these wonderful projects in South Oxnard. Again, mostly because of how redevelopment worked, and quite a bit of the money went to River Park. So back to my original thing, it's time to negotiate with the port. And so the early people that we worked with that came before us that had so much high hope for what would happen with Ormond redevelopment money and even the rest.
Thank you, Shirley.
And the part that was left over.
Okay, any additional Madam Clerk, any additional speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so council members, what's the pleasure?
I will move the recommended action.
I'd like to ask some questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate the staff report, but I think I want to, and I will, read two things into the record on this one. There was only one bidder on this project. And on page 716 of the staff report, I think it's important for our council and the public to realize when, and it'll take a minute here, but I'll read it. The only bidder is Toro Enterprises Incorporated, and its bid is responsive to the city's NIFB. Following this determination, procurement staff reviewed all documentation received from Toro and its subcontractors. Procurement staff verified possession of the required currently valid licenses, reviewed the official Occupational Health and Safety Administration, OSHA, website for various safety violations. And it goes a little more. But the next paragraph, because we received only one bid, staff reviewed recent bids from the County of Ventura and found that the unit prices in Toro's bid are similar to lower, indicating that the bid received are consistent with what the market is offering. There has also been an increase of 22% between June of 21 and June of 2023 in the California Construction Cost Index that is consistent with current inflation trends. Staff expects the rebidding would result in higher costs and impact executions of planned resurfacing of the fiscal year. Thus, staff recommends the City Council award the project. I support that. As one council member who continually harps on what do we do when there's only one bid, I appreciate this explanation and it makes sense to me. Also, one other thing I want to mention, two other things actually. There was a question about the history of this. I think the history is significant, but I think the history of the money is more significant. On the same page, 716, quote, when the City Council originally approved fiscal year 2022-2027 capital improvement project program for the May 3rd, 2022 City Council meeting, the locations planned for fiscal year 2022-23 and 2023-24 were to be partially funded by bonds, up to $13 million. However, due to active litigation, an alternative funding source, one-time Measure O funding, was approved by the City Council. However, the alternative funding source was not equal to the original proposed funding, which led to having to get into Ormond Beach, the funding. On that having led to Ormond Beach, that's not in the paragraph. End of the quote, the bond funding. I want to comment that active litigation is something that is strapping the city of Oxnard. Mr. Starr and his active litigation on this, because we would probably be further down the road. My guess, we'd be further down the road if that hadn't happened, and we'd be better off because it opens up another can of worms. There was a project quite before Mr. Wolf, and congratulations on being here 2 years tomorrow. Glad you're here, doing a good job in my opinion. But a previous Public Works Director got caught between the shorts on something, trying to do something that we needed to have done. And it was between a rock and a hard place. They wanted it done, but the weather turned against him. And there's a paragraph in here. The work is tentatively scheduled to begin on October 23. Absent any weather or unforeseen delays, it will continue through December 23, 60 working days. Staff will work closely with the neighborhoods and residents directly impacted by the work to keep them informed of the project schedule. General project information will be disseminated to help keep the public informed as well. The problem he got in, the weather changed and the streets never warmed up, but there was the push to put the asphalt on. Residents were raising hell, council members were raising hell, and manager at that time raising hell, and they put it on. And then the streets started picking up because it never got, as his words at the time I remember, sticky enough to stick. And I just want to bring that up, and I support this project, but I think those things are important for the public to realize. And also, so that you don't get put into a spot where the same thing could happen to you. We start getting residents and council members going, hey, what the hell happened? So thank you for letting me respond. Mayor,
Thank you.
Repeat that.
Thank you. Thank you. So a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Motion to approve, second. Second by Tehran. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Michael. Our last item is Public Works Department, Public Works Project 324-00207 with C.A. Rabinson Incorporated for Ontario Street resurfacing East and West Gonzales Road and Oxnard Boulevard Street Improvement Project. Specification number PW 100. Recommendation the City Council approve and authorize, one, a total of $11,636,763.05 in project fund for arterial street surfacing of East and West Gonzalez Road and Oxnard Boulevard Street Improvement Project, specification number PW 23-100. Two, that the mayor execute an agreement with C.H. Remsenson Incorporated for the amount of $9,697,303.05 for the project. And three, a project contingency amount of $969,730, 10% with C.A. Remsenson Incorporated, for a total not to exceed a value of $969,730 for the project. For a project allocation amount of $969,730, 10% for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the project. And five, a project budget appropriation transfer in the amount of $3,328,400 from the Neighborhood Street Resurfacing Project C-2209 to Arterial Street Surfacing Project C-2205 within the measure of Fund 104. This item did not originate in committee, and this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the City Council's improvement program budget, which was previously approved by the City Council. And this again was a viewed under the required Measure M pre-recorded presentation, and we do have Michael Wolf again for any additional questions we might have. And we'll start off with Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Wolf. For folks at home, he never left the podium. He's been there the whole time. So.
I was waiting for the music, so.
So thank you again. Similar to the previous item, I just was hoping to hear a little bit about a brief history of this paving project, how it dates back to a couple years here, and then is in our CIP, correct?
That's correct. The 2 year, it was at least in this timeframe CIP, which was approved May of last year.
Great, thank you. And this has been a need for a while. The current CPI is listed in the staff report as being between 50 and 60 on average, and we need to do preventative and corrective maintenance on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as we've learned here in the past too, there is the phrase an exponential deterioration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So the longer we wait, the worse it'll get at an expedited rate. And I appreciate Councilmember Perrello bringing up in the previous item something that I wasn't going to mention, but I'll mention it as well because he's absolutely right. It's mentioned right in the staff report that the locations plan for Gonzalez Road, which is essentially the entirety of Gonzalez Road within the city limits, and they were planned for fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24, partially funded by bonds up to $13 million, but due to the active litigation referred to in the previous item, alternate funding sources, one-time Measure O had to be approved by City Council. And that Measure O funding now has to go towards this so we can get it done because it needs to be done because we will pay more the longer we wait. And unfortunately, the original plan, which is apparently a common practice for municipalities to bond this type of work, so it's spread out over multiple generations, couldn't be done because of that litigation. And so I appreciate that being highlighted in the staff report. And I'm sorry to sound like a broken record on it or a scratched CD, depending on which generation you're from. But this is the reality we are facing with this active litigation. A number of public projects and things that were in the queue for the public to receive as improvements to our city that are now hindered by this litigation. So those are my questions and comments. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And this is more of a procedural question than anything else. When we go out to bid on these projects, we have certain minimum specifications for material that the contractor will use and all that stuff. And I remember several years ago, one of our public works inspectors grabbed about a half a cup of material out of the supply, whatever it is, they bring it in, had it analyzed, and lo and behold, it was below the minimum standards, and missing some binder and some other stuff. Are we still doing that periodically?
Yes, we actually have submittals, so they actually have to submit to us on paper what's called a mixed design. So we'll review that. That comes from usually the asphalt manufacturer or the plant. And then in addition to that, after that's been reviewed and approved, and then we do our QA/QC testing, which either is done by one of our inspectors, or we sometimes actually hire third-party testing companies that will take samples, whether that's of the asphalt, the concrete, or even the subgrade. They take samples while they're placed, they take readings while it's placed, and then they may take those same samples and bring them back to the lab and analyze them to make sure it meets the mixed design requirements.
Thank you. And this has been many, many years ago, but there have been times where we've redone a street, and within about 6 months, it seems like it's already starting to fade or wear. And I'm not a chemical engineer by any stretch of the imagination. It's all I can do is make a cup of coffee in the morning. But I wonder, what were we missing in that mixture to make it last longer than it was lasting? So I'm glad we're checking on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, what is the timeline for this project?
I'd have to read through the staff report again. It's labeled in there.
The reason I'm asking while you're looking at that is because a lot of people are going to be very, very happy with this, going all the way from Victoria to Rice, which is really, really great. There's lots of concerns, and a lot of people are going to be real happy with this.
Yeah, it's a long stretch. It's 4.5 miles.
Exactly right.
And it's pretty wide. And I know that most people think once we award it, they should see paving the next day.
I know. That's why I'm asking for the timeline.
Which is not reality. I mean, there's quite a bit of pre-construction submittals. There's pre-construction evaluations. There's surveying. There's even water quality setup. There's a lot of things that happen before even one construction equipment hits the ground. So there's quite a bit of stuff that happens. It's right after we award the contract, so there's not an expectation that they will be constructing tomorrow. The staff report says we have given them 100 working days. So as soon as we award this project, we have to then actually get everybody to sign the agreements. And then we'll be looking at submittals. We'll get a schedule here probably by the end of this month. So I anticipate construction will probably start in the November timeframe. Again, when I say construction start, that could be surveying, that could be as much as putting out the BMPs for our water quality. So hard construction likely will be December, January, February timeframe.
But looking at some rain probably too.
Potentially, and as was mentioned before, if I controlled the weather, I wouldn't be standing here. But the idea is that there are certain requirements, minimum requirements from temperature and moisture in order for asphalt to be placed and acceptable to us. So we will be sticklers to that because, as Mayor Pro Tem noted that sometimes when you don't get the results that you want 6 months or even 6 years later. So we sometimes have to fight this battle where we're constructing during the wet months, if you will, but we will make sure that we meet all the requirements.
And I understand you're also going to do some work on Patterson between Doris and Gonzales.
Yeah, so we included a few other minor places other than Gonzales on here. So we want to make sure we capture a few other places. In fact, we're doing a median over by the school that's been requested. So things like that.
Councilor Perrella.
Thank you very much. I know that there are specific individuals that have been raising holy hell about Gonzales. It was promised at a certain time, and they know who they are. I appreciate what's going to happen here. And again, it's been mentioned, and Councilmember Toran mentioned it, because of the litigation, these things have been postponed somewhat. My question is this: if we're going to do Gonzales Road, do we do the westbound one time and then the eastbound later, or do we do both west and east at the same time?
So our specifications will typically dictate what we allow the contractor to take, what they can actually construct on. We will want to make sure that we have two-way traffic at all times, but the means and method will be dictated by the contractor. And so we actually don't know their starting point. We don't know their actual means and methods until they submit their schedule. And we don't want to dictate that because we actually could be dictating something that's going to be more costly than what they can come up with. So until we get the contractor's schedule, we won't know the details. But again, our specifications typically require a certain number of lanes to be open at all times, and then two-way traffic to occur at all times.
Thank you. And Rasmussen is somebody who's done work for our community before?
Predates me, so I don't know if anybody behind me is nodding their head, but I don't think they were here before me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not recently.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem says we have. Thank you.
And one of
That's
the
all I
things,
got. Thank you.
one of the things that's really important, I think, mentioning what we're going to close is we have two high schools. We have St. John's, we have the shopping centers, we have the railroad, and we have a multitude of traffic in the morning and PMs, on Gonzales.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
And Kentucky Fried Chicken.
So, Mayor, I'm glad you mentioned that. There's always a little frustration with construction. This is going to be a difficult traffic control situation. There's a lot of traffic control that has to happen. We typically work with the contractor to make sure the construction in front of school zones or school areas are done during break periods. I think we wrote that in our specifications, if I recall correctly. And so this will be very difficult. This is not going to be an easy construction.
Councilman Turan? Oscar, do you want to say something?
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Wolf. I think that's an important point also that I hope the public can hear in this particular item. We had, previous item is an arterial road. Gonzales is absolutely an arterial road. And there will be inconveniences for this. But at the same time, we have received concerns and complaints from the public about the condition of some portions of Gonzales. And so I hope they can weigh those complaints with their complaints during the construction period as well. And I know that when we did Vineyard a few years ago, it was in pretty bad shape, and that was my morning commute going to work. And I was more than happy to find an alternate route for for a couple months it took to do the length of Vineyard, and it's a great drive now. So I just wanted to point that out, that we're all in this together. We could find alternate routes for a temporary few weeks or 100 construction days or whatever it needs to be, and knowing that the end product is the road to the condition that our community deserves.
We'll go to Councilman
And Doris as well. Doris was a major construction logistical challenge that was well done, and we received little, if any, complaints. So thank you.
Councilman Madrigal, then followed by Perello. Madrigal.
I'll just say it. It can't be worse than what we have in Camino del Sol, so I think we're fine.
Thank you. Councilman Perello.
I don't go by Pacifica High School in the morning or when class lets out, but I do go by Oxnard, and the traffic,
horrendous.
My gut feeling on this, the people that are driving those cars need to learn how to drive. And there's certain things about driving, and just because they have kids that they're picking up,
That's
they
right.
think they're more important than anybody else. It is amazing. I mean, I think that we could possibly generate a heck of an income with giving tickets for the people that are violating right there. Possibility.
So I would be amiss if I didn't state that questions come up sometimes about why don't you do night work or something like that. And I will say, from my professional opinion, I avoid asphalt night work as much as possible because you don't actually get the same
That's right.
quality that I believe you get during the day. And so we push to not do that kind of work at night because I don't think we're going to get the quality for the money that we're paying. So a little bit of inconvenience with the proper notification. We'll have notification up there as early as possible. But like I said, this will be a tough construction zone.
And if I may, Mayor, our communications department is excellent at front-loading the public through numerous social media platforms to do that, as well as our weekly packet. So thank you.
Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to, go ahead.
I move the recommended action.
Oh, second it. Okay. First for Mayor Pro Tem, second by Basua. No, go ahead. First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Basua. Please vote. We wanted to get this done. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, if I may indulge, if you would indulge me for 60 seconds, I have something for Councilmember Madrigal. Diego, can you put up the map? Uh-oh. Zoom in just a little bit. So, Councilmember, when you visit Boston, the only place that's easy to park your car is at a Dunkin Donuts. Those are all the Dunkin Donuts in downtown Boston.
Oh, my. We are adjourned. Thank you.